because there's obviously things can do. We can call the meeting to order at 9:06. And there are no changes to the agenda. As far as public comments, we're accepting, we can go to public comments for those that are, speak to our agenda only. Do we have any live public comments? We have no written ones. Mrs. Brower? Okay. Then I think we all know, the one thing I do want to announce is that our search firm consultant, Narcinia Polonia, is kind of listening in today, maybe not for the whole session, but a good deal of it, so that at the end we can handle the 2.05 item. She can be ready to jump in and help us with that if necessary. And it just kind of is going to give her a chance to get to know us a little bit and how to work with us. So I really appreciate her willingness to do that on a Saturday. And with that, although I will keep the gavel, I really am going to turn the meeting over to our facilitator, Dr. Helen Benjamin. She is by far the expert in the field and here to help us. And so she will be running the meeting, and I'm going to be a trustee today. In order for anyone who might be watching, you need to have the mic, be talking into the mic. Here's Alex to help you. But yeah, you do. Yeah, because otherwise I just see a reflection of a window. I don't actually see you at all.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I know I'm like the pinch hitter and you don't know me, but you know me a little bit because I called everybody and talked to you. That's really important to me. I know how it is to have a stand-in. So I'll really do my best. I want to start though by thanking you for being so honest in your exchanges with me about your board and what you'd like to see as the outcomes for today. I have to tell you, I think a couple of you already know that I am very serious about this work. And so I will be myself today, and I'm going to push you because it sounds like that's what you want. And if I'm pushing too hard, just tell me to stop. But I want to help you get to the outcomes you say you want. And based on that, I developed some. So if our tech person would start my slide. And what's your name? Alex. Okay, Alex, thank you. And you had homework, so I know you've had lots of stuff to think about. I wanted you thinking in advance. So we have a full agenda. The goal is to end by 4 to have all the outcomes that we want. I'll have a little measurement for you to take at the end to see where we are. If you'll go to the second slide, please. And so there we see the outcomes. So hopefully by the time we get to 2:30, you'll have a better understanding of each other, greater insight into ACCJC Standard 4C on leadership and governance. You had homework on that. Clarity on board and CEO roles and responsibilities. It's an exercise. I have another exercise that I do related to this. It would have been way too much, but I call it, whose job is it anyway? In terms of the CEO's job and the board's job, because you know they meet and sometimes you get confused. And what I always say to boards is that in your case, you have 5 trustees. You can't have 5 chancellors. I mean, you try to have that, or 6. It doesn't work. There are just all kinds of conflicts. So it's important to have those roles clearly delineated and what those people are, because when they start to merge, or when you end up with 6, you got chaos, more or less. So we're going to try to work on that delineation today, and then have a common understanding of what each one of you perceive, understand each other a little better, hopefully, and then understand the strengths and weaknesses of the board as perceived by all of you. Does that sound, I mean, that's a lot, right? But that's what I heard you say. Are there other outcomes you'd like to see? Okay, let's go to the next slide, Alex. So I was a teacher, that's how I started my career. So I have some ground rules. I would like for you today, and if you can't agree to these, you tell me, we'll take them off. But listen as an ally, listen and engage. See this as an opportunity to learn and plan effectively for your district. Does anybody object to that as a rule? Okay. Recognize and respect that people are different, are in different places, and have a right to their own opinion and perspectives. And so instead of judging people and what they say, I would like for you to look for opportunities in the conversations where you can join in, see it from the perspective of the other person, and then not judge, but be curious. Do you know how different we all are from each other? And then we get thrust into these environments where we have to work together. And in this case, it's such an important job because it's about the future of our students. And figure out, you don't have to like each other. That's not a requirement. You can hate each other, but you have to figure out how you're going to get the work done in light of all the differences that you may have. So hopefully, does anybody disagree with number 2? Can you live with that for today? And then the third thing I'll ask you to do is to be fully present. Try not to multitask. And this is for me too. Do not text, phone, or check your emails. You will notice that the agenda is very ambitious, and I forgot to put lunch in there and breaks. That doesn't mean you won't have those, you will. So you can, as we go along, take breaks as you need it, but as we go through the day, I'll just have you, have break. And I want us to have a kind of working lunch, eat and do a little work at the same time. So is everybody okay with that? All right, so let's go to the next slide, please, Alex. So for this opening activity, this is to kind of get to know each other better part. Thank you very much, Greg. And I didn't say that. I've known Greg forever, for a really long time. We've done a lot of work together when I was a CEO, been on committees and things together. You've had a chance to think about this if you've read. So I want you to think of a time when you were a student. And I think that's sometimes where board members get a little bit off, because you forget that you were once a student too, and you're planning for students. I want you to think about, go back to that experience of being a student, an experience that you had that really brought you joy at any level of your education. And just share that quickly. I don't want you to go on forever, but just share that quickly. And then, does that connect in any way with why you are a trustee? Why are you doing this? Why did you run? Nobody, you had to volunteer, you had to fill out papers, you had to go through some trouble, you had to campaign. Why? So whoever wants to be first can start, and we'll just go that way.
For me, in K-12, my mom was a teacher while I was a student, and I used to go help in her classroom. And then I actually wanted to help in other teachers' classrooms so I could see how other teachers taught. And I worked in a K-1 classroom for credit, high school credit after school, for just the most wonderful teacher I had ever seen. It almost made me become a teacher, but I realized I could never be like that. I didn't have the patience that she had. But anyway, it brought me joy. to go to that classroom every day and work with the little kid. They were first graders that I worked with, and they were excited for me to be there. If I was sick, they were sad, and they would write me cards. So that's why. And I think then when my kids went through school, I was always really involved. So I think then running for election and becoming a trustee was just a natural extension of the work that I had done since I had been in high school.
Okay, thank you, Trustee McKay. Bernard.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I guess for me, I can say that I enjoyed school, was good in school. But in answering this question, I recalled immediately the experiences that my kids had in school, and specifically at Moore Park College. And I just enjoyed her participation in the student learning environment. And so later on, when the opportunity came for me to seek a role on this board, I jumped in willingly, and knowing that the impact that the community college system and our colleges have on my own students, but also all the students that we serve. So that's it.
So Trustee Chancellor, welcome. That's okay. We knew you were on your way. So we had to start without you though, because we're going to be on time. There's nothing else today. Okay. So right now we're doing the first activity. I don't know if you had an opportunity to look over the agenda or not, but we're doing the first activity. But I want to go back, Alex, if you don't mind, to the prior slide, just show you what we agreed to in terms of our behavior for today. That I asked people and they agreed, and if you don't agree with these, you can tell us and we'll just take it off. But I'm asking everybody to listen as an ally, to engage, to see this as an opportunity to learn and plan effectively for the district, because that's your job. Recognize and respect that people are different in places and have a right to their opinions and perspectives. And so we want to honor what the other thinks and says, and try to look for opportunities in the conversations you have today where you can join the other person and not judge the other person. Be curious, kind of get inside their heads a little bit. And one of the things I said, which I always say to boards, is that there's no requirement that board members like each other or any of us in our jobs. There's no requirement, but there is a requirement that we have to figure out how we're going to work together, whether we like each other or not. So this is where we have to have this kind of exchange and respect for one another. And then finally, to be fully present, no multitasking, to really pay attention, and we move forward that way. Okay, so who would like to be next to share your student story and why you're a trustee? Okay.
I've always had, and I still have, a tremendous respect for the entire educational continuum, and that's early education through university and beyond. And I want to choose my words kind of carefully because having spent most of my career in the K-12 system, when I was in it back in the day, I really wasn't taught to think for myself. It was a different kind of teaching, it was a different kind of a mindset. And it wasn't until I got into community college at Pierce College that I had the benefit of a couple of really great professors, one in English and one in philosophy, and drilled into me the need to make a difference and make a contribution. And I got on fire about that. I felt enlightened. I felt like I was beginning to think for myself. I had those aha moments sometimes when I'd leave class and my feet felt like they were off the ground. But it was that philosophy professor that said to me, when I said, oh, I'm going to work hard through my career and I'm going to make a difference and I'm going to do something that contributes to the world that I live in. He said, do you think it ends? It doesn't end. And that's why I'm here.
Wow.
I've left one career a year ago, and this one is very important to me. I'm very passionate about it and want to stay engaged in this work because as you said, Helen, this is the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Nancy.
So what brings me joy? So there's many experiences in K-12, but I'm going to focus on community college. That is where I learned how to express myself in writing, in speech. that is where I was able to take classes in Chicano studies and realize about my culture, about the many contributions we've done in this country. It was where my spirit was uplifted, where I was motivated to continue, and where I was able to have that confidence in myself to know that I can do anything that I want to do. And it wasn't just people telling me that I can do it, but they were showing me. So I remember my English classes that I took, and I remember I was reading Shakespeare and Frankenstein. And I thought, wow, I'm really not into this. But I had to write papers and essays, and I needed to express myself and think analytically and evaluate. And my first essay was read. I mean, there was grammatical errors there. And I was thinking, oh, I don't know if I can do this. I think I'm just going to stick to being a secretary. I wanted to be a paralegal. So for me, being a secretary, being able to wear my shoes and being a paralegal, that's something that I wanted to do. And that's about as high as that I thought I can do. I didn't think I can actually consider law school or go on to graduate school or going to obtain a bachelor's. And I remember my professor said, you're going to stay in this class and you're going to finish and I'm going to help you. And there's going to be a tutoring center, Guthrie Hall, you're going to go to, and we're going to do this together. And sure enough, I went ahead and I redid my essay. I went through the tutoring center and I was able to learn the ability to know how to express myself in writing. I took speech. I took my other courses, sociology, and I was able to really discover what I wanted to do. And so community college was a place that embraced me also within counseling, having an amazing counselor who supported me through the process to ensure that I was taking the appropriate courses to teach me. So I didn't have somebody who was going to do it for me. They were walking me through the process so I would learn how to do it for me. So I knew what I needed to do to transfer. And I knew exactly under what time I wanted to do it because they taught me. So at the community college, they showed me, and that empowered me to go on to Berkeley. So when I went to UC Berkeley, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I knew who I needed to connect with to be successful and to do the many things that I've been able to do. And being a trustee is just an opportunity to be able to really ensure and be of support that those opportunities that were given to me continue to still be there. I got involved also very much in terms of with students in my community during that time. So when I think of community college and what brings me joy, it's really where it all started for me. And it's what's allowed me to do the many things I do now. And so it's such an honor, such a blessing, and such a privilege to be able to sit here in this district. And my hope is to be able that what I have obtained from this district, from Ventura County Community College District, from both Ventura College and Oxnard College that I attended, that I'm able to give back because they gave me so much. I won't say how long ago, but a very long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Brian.
So my experience, when I was in high school, my sophomore year, I interned for the Oxnard City Manager's Office. And so I worked with the assistant city manager and I kind of saw the behind the scenes. And I just thought the dynamic between a city manager who is kind of the administrator of the city and the council, I just saw that dynamic be really interesting. But after that experience during my sophomore year, I created a club on campus. It was called the Student Awareness Club, where we talked about city issues, and I just gathered all my friends, and that's what we would do. We would get the city agenda packets or the Oxnard Union High School District. The big thing at the time was Measure A, and using that money to build the new school. So it was fun to go through that and kind of see, how the money was going to be spent, the timeline of the school, and all of that. And I don't know, it just brought me joy to be able to go through all that and have discussions with my friends. So yeah, and then just a fun little fact is that Trustee Mantooth was actually the county superintendent through the entirety of my K through 12 experience. So it's pretty cool that I'm now on, aboard with him.
That's amazing. And which college are you?
I'm at Ventura College.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Trustee Champion.
Good morning. K-12 seems like a long time ago, but I think the part that's always fascinated me is the political makeup of what a board does. So I've always wondered why there's change. And I think sometimes when you're sitting as a student, and I always asked a lot of questions and would always wonder why there'd be change. And then through my career as a student and eventually as a K-12 educator, it's it's been really interesting to see the source of change and to straight up be told, this is the direction that the board is going. This is a priority for the board, and the organization or the system is now going to react to that and make some move. For example, Measure A, right? So I don't know, $300 million bond for the Oxnard Union High School District. That wouldn't have occurred without board support and without board leadership. I think in a well-functioning system, the system and board, or the board is part of the system, and it flows. They bounce off of each other. They're reacting to each other and receiving support and leadership from each other. But at times, I think it takes leadership from the board to move an organization, to lead an organization, and to prioritize certain things that the community wants. And I think that's ultimately why there's boards of public institutions. When you are a member of the public and you would like to see change, growth, opportunity, that leaves members of the public to vote and to select their leadership, and in turn push an organization, support an organization, or potentially change an organization. That's why we're here, of many reasons.
So that's your motivation to be a part of the change that needs to occur?
I don't know
In
necessarily if
terms
it
of why
needs
you-
to
why you
occur,
do-
but
the
to,
question is why?
yes, that's my why.
That's your
To-
why?
it was my example of seeing it and
Mhm.
fascination with it,
Yeah.
and the importance of it to be part of it. So
Yeah.
it's exciting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, you obviously put some thought in this, and I really do appreciate you taking the time to do it. And I can hear in your comments that you see how important education is and how important this work is, and the fact that it changes everybody's life. You're looking at your kids, you're talking about your own life and the impact that it had on you. And then Trustee McKay with working with those children and I forgot, and appreciating what that experience, and then becoming a superintendent and really getting at the head of an organization. And here you all are in a position of influence in your policymaking role in terms of affecting the lives of students and empowering them. So thank you very much. So Alex, if we would go to slide number 5, I think it is. So we're going to talk next about your board, and you're going to do most of the talking. What I'm asking you to do here now is think about your board, where you are, your relationships, what's going on with your board, and just one word that describes for you the state of the board. And then once you give us your word, tell us why you chose that word. And if you have an example to give, an illustration, and this is just to be open and honest, and this is where we really get into that ground rule around respecting the opinions of others. So a lot of you said a lot of different things to me, which I appreciate, but we need to get down to business here. So who wants to be first? And I'll just list the words as you share. And then you can give your explanation. So it looks like you want to start.
Well, I don't know that I want to start, but I struggled with this question, actually, trying to settle on one word. And I guess the word that keeps popping up is inefficient.
Okay, inefficient. You know, I'm going to come back to you for your explanation. Okay.
Ms. Benjamin, my word is in progress. So
No,
just
that's too
progress,
I'm not gonna let
progress,
you.
progress. My word is progress.
Progress. Okay. Okay, I'll just. Tension. Okay.
Trustee Perez and I did not rehearse this ahead of time, but my word is also inefficient.
Okay. Maybe for different reasons. And Trustee Chancellor,
Change.
it's your theme, right? Okay,
Mine is defensive.
defensive.
All right. I don't know if you want to keep the same order or not for your explanation. But who wants to be first to explain why you chose that word?
I'll go.
Okay.
I always find myself tense before I come to meetings, and I didn't used to feel that way. And I always feel a high degree of tension during the meetings at different times. And like the others, I struggled to come down to one word, but an article came out in the paper on Thursday that just made me so tense that that was just the word that came to mind for me.
Okay, you want to say a little bit about the article?
The article was about they just used Trustee Torres's they obviously watched our YouTube of the election of the chair position, and it went out in all the acorns across the county that the college district trustee frustrated she was passed over for board chair, which in fact I was vice chair, so I would have been the one that would have been passed over had I not been elected. So I was a little frustrated. And I was frustrated that we were painted to be not invested really in diversity, equity, and inclusion because of the comments that Trustee Torres made from her heart in the during the meeting. But they tried to contact you to comment for the article, and you weren't available, so there was no way to walk it back in any way. And so I had lots of people calling me about this all day Thursday and Friday.
Okay, thank you. All right, who wants to be next?
It's reported in some of the information in our packet for today's meeting. And I think that's why I settled on the word inefficient, is because I've been on the board 11 years now, and there's been various board makeups of trustees. And these last few years has been the most inefficient period of this board getting business done. We do get business done, but it's just an excruciating process. And it's taken up in large part, in my view, by discussion or questions that ultimately don't add to the discussion or the decision-making process, or could have been handled in a more efficient manner outside of the formal board meeting. And it takes a toll on the board. It takes a toll on admin and managers and staff, and as a result of that, there was one, and the reason why that's a major concern for me of the inefficiency that I see on the board is, we all have our good name, and my good name is important to me. So one of the criticisms here, and I'm not trying to get ahead of ourselves, but it was referenced that the board has an increasing credibility problem with internal stakeholders, and the reputation is suffering as a result. And then the second point, important point, was although the board has generally taken the process of accreditation seriously, there is an uneven level of confidence in the outcome, and the organization has serious concerns about the governance standard and how the board will be perceived by the visiting team. So, that's those are two very important points that are directly the responsibility of the board's performance. And if we cannot be more efficient about conducting our business, then it puts, not just our name at risk, but the name of our institutions and our colleges. And that's very concerning to me.
Okay, thank you.
Helpful if I follow up with Trustee Perez, because we had the same word. And like him, I debated what I was going to choose. There are so many. And there's quite a few positive words that could have been thrown out there as well. Because one of the things that I think is unquestioned is everyone's commitment, everyone's passion. It's just that, as I've said before on more than one occasion, we see the world differently. And we have to somehow find a way to reconcile our different perspectives with the business we need to get done. I too believe, and it's cited in several sections of consultants' report to us in the backup documentation, that our meetings are extremely long, inefficient, because sometimes it seems as though we feel compelled to speak to every single issue and speak on and on, even after the point has been made. That is not a good reflection upon us as a board, because even though it's an individual thing, individuals represent the entire board. The meetings are much, much too long. They do need some restructuring. I think we will see some of that progress being made, and that's a logistical kind of a thing. But we have to truly commit to that. I think what's most important for us is to find a way to move forward, but move forward with alacrity. Also, there is no value in revisiting things in the past that cannot be changed, that are not supposed to be changed, or actually expounded upon according to our ground rules. Once we have made a decision, we are one board with one consensus. And that's the elusive and difficult thing that I think we need to get to, so that we can do things like change, eliminate tension, and restore trust in us. Because I think trust is being eroded by what people see here in the course of our meetings.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
So I choose the word progress because anytime we're going to be engaging in conversations, particularly during the times that we're doing DEI work, and we know at the state level, we know it at the national level, anytime we're going to be looking at our policies through an equity lens, which is something we're committed to, it's going to be difficult. And so for us at this moment in time, we are looking at reopening a district. We are looking into mandating vaccines. We are looking into so many important things that require for us to be able to truly come to our meetings and have the conversations and let people everywhere know that we are discussing, that we are not coming here and saying, this is how it's going to look like, because people deserve to know, how did the individuals that we elected, or how did the board reach this decision? Is it transparency, and is that trust is being developed within us, but also within all of our community? And so I'm not sure exactly what meetings were reviewed. I wish it would have been the last 3 years, so you can really truly be able to see the dynamics of the board. Trustee Mantu came into office a year ago, so he's only been part of this board for 1 year. I've been part of this board along with Trustee Chancellor for 3 years with Trustee McKay and Trustee Perez. So I believe that's important also. That I do have many questions regarding the report that was submitted by consultant Bryce Harris, because I also wonder who exactly are those individuals. So many statements were made here. And so I'm like a researcher interested in what was the data, how many individuals are we speaking about? Because decisions can be put on a report. They're not necessarily reflective of everyone. And so there are questions that I have. How is it determined which stakeholders were going to be the one interviewed? I'm also interested in knowing how long did he spend with each trustee in speaking, and I hope we're able to get to that point, because many of the discussions and everything that we're referencing is going to be based on the CBT report, and I myself have questions regarding this report, which I know you won't be able to truly answer because you didn't conduct the report. But for myself, I chose progress because I respect so much my fellow trustees that they're willing to engage in conversations. I have been extremely grateful for the past 3 years with our chairs, that every single one of them, we had Trustee McKay be the chair my first year in office. Trustee Perez was a chair in my second year in office. Trustee Chancellor was a chair in my third year in office. Now my fourth year in office, Trustee McKay is the chair once again. Trustee Mantooth is the vice chair. My first year in office, it was, I believe, Vice Chair McKay, and Trustee Kennedy was the vice president. He's no longer here. And I believe at one point, and I believe second year, Josh was the vice president. So I have appreciated, and I named their positions because I have appreciated very much their guidance in allowing us to be able to speak. And I have always left every board meeting believing that every single chair we had, with the utmost respect, that they allow for dialogue, because we've been having to make difficult decisions. And when you truly allow for that dialogue, it's long. There are reports. I think if we really look into our meetings, it hasn't been just the trustees. In the report, it was also noted that there's recommendations that perhaps the business of the board be moved to the very beginning because the reports are too long. So that was also a recommendation that was made by consultant Bryce Harris. So I think when we look into really the board meetings, we need to look into it, into what has been occurring. Has it truly been the board? Because I have seen progress in the action items, very much so. Once we get to our business, it goes fast. Our public comments have been taking a long time, but we allow people to be able to engage. So for me, when I say progress, I have seen us grow. I can go to my fellow trustees and talk to them and say, hey, these are my thoughts. Or I can truly say that we can help come to a certain consensus or decide on something here after the meeting. I love my trustees. We love each other. I truly can say that. We want the best, there's no doubt. And so my hope, and that's why when I say progress, is because I can say that with certainty. Like if you were to ask me, I can say that with certainty for every single board member. Do we need help in being able to understand each other, to build that relational trust? Absolutely. To think that the best of the other? Absolutely. And so I'm very grateful that you're here, so you're able to guide us in that process. So it really becomes just about us and not about others. Because a lot of the times what I hear is about others and others. This is a burden on others. And it's right now, let's just focus on us, on our relationship. So, and I have seen that. That's why I chose the word progress.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Chancellor.
It's always a delay with the microphone, you know. So my word was change. And the reason why I'm just fascinated by all the changes that have occurred and have not occurred during my 3 years. You know, with Trustee Mantooth coming on and Trustee Rodriguez now coming on, it's just neat to see the changes. And in your leadership role and continued leadership role, Chair McKay, you know, it's exciting to look at the changes. But I think behind that word of change, you know, somebody told me when you push it up against a system, the system pushes back, you know? And if there's one thing in my 3 years that I can reflect on, it's just that. And I know when we get to the board meeting, it seems like there's a level of confrontation. But I agree with Trustee Perez, the time and inefficiency, Trustee Mantooth, of sometimes getting things to that point, it has been hard to live through. It's been really a challenge to, and I'll go back to a very, not tangible, but a very real example, getting college budgets in our adopted budget, right? So that was an ask, or to find out student fees, how much is collected and can that be shown in the budget? You know, half of that is accomplished, but half of that, even though it's been asked and requested, has not. And I guess what I'm trying to focus back on is anytime there's a change in trustees, you know, now that I've been here longer than you, I would imagine and suspect there's going to be asks or requests or changes made in this district based on you two being in these seats. I support that. And I will advocate for that because you've been elected to do just that. That's my interpretation of it. I think what sometimes that has not been celebrated or supported universally by the full board and specifically the district itself. So change has been really hard to be part of and to not feel the support of that change. And sometimes I feel that the culture is, this is how we do it in the Ventura County Community College District. This is how we will continue to do it in the Ventura County College District. And we're not going to change. And that's hard because we've been elected to support, to ask questions, and at times, I think, to advocate for some change. So that's why I selected change. Okay, thank you.
very much. Right.
So the word I chose was defensive. And I just kind of want to preface my comments by saying that, and remind my colleagues that I was only sworn in October. But I have seen and watched all the YouTube videos of the previous board meeting since roughly when Trustee Mantooth was sworn in on Zoom. So I have that kind of like 1 year of background. And the reason I chose defensive, I'll just list my few examples and then I'll kind of briefly touch on the report as well. These are just the things that I've experienced and that I've witnessed as my time on the board. So these past 3 months, I guess. The first one is during my first board meeting, it was in October. I did a point of order on Dan McKay, trustee. She went beyond the scope of the agendized item. And later in the board meeting, she called me the parliamentarian, which I thought was, a little uncalled for at the time. So, to do the proper step as a trustee and to, hold my colleague accountable, but then to later be called, a parliamentarian, I thought that was not, proper to say the least. My second example is later in that meeting, there was an item on actually approving the agreement between the Ventura County Community College District and working with Bryce Harrison, your firm. And Trustee Torres had brought up her own consultant. She, or I guess not her own consultant, I'll rephrase that, but she mentioned how the board had previously approved another consultant to work on DEI work, and that was not as far along in the process as working with your firm and Bryce Harris as a consultant. And I just feel like that kind of put, the board leadership and the chancellor kind of at a defensive point because they were kind of forced to respond to that, even though that had nothing really to do with the agendized item. And I felt like that could have been properly dealt with either offline with the chancellor, the chair, and the vice chair at the time, rather than to bring it into an agendized item, which did have some similarities because it's talking about a consultant, but which was ultimately an entirely different consultant. And then my last one was after the December board meeting, a colleague, Trustee Chancellor, called me disrespectful in the parking lot during a conversation, essentially because I publicly spoke out against his motion for Trustee Torres as chair. And so to have two different trustees chastise me for essentially disagreeing with them at a certain point, and then I just felt like that kind of puts everyone on a defensive and it creates a kind of a tension. And I don't want to speak to the reasons behind why they did that or why, but it creates this environment where things become partisan and things become inefficient and dysfunctional. And the report mentioned on page 3 or 4, I have like a bunch of different arrows, I apologize. But it mentioned that, that this is kind of seeping into the culture of the organization. And I agree with that because it was the October board meeting, Chancellor Gillespie, or Chair Josh was, Trustee Chancellor was the chair at the time, and he kind of signaled for President Sanchez to be, to speak on the Oxnard College Major Line Item Initiative. And the chancellor immediately kind of stepped in and said, no, I don't want him to speak on that. And the chancellor was kind of forced to get on the defensive, and that was only to be able to regain his position as the CEO and the administrator, because the the agendized item hadn't gone through the proper channels. And so I think that's one example of how our defensiveness has kind of seeped in. Another one was recently the December meeting. During the reports, Cynthia Herrera, our Vice Chancellor of Institutional Effectiveness, it was during her kind of brief walkthrough through the enrollment data. Trustee Torres asked for kind of more data, and there was kind of a back and forth. But I got the sense that it kind of put the Vice Chancellor kind of like defensive, because it wasn't, again, it wasn't the best time to ask for that data, in my opinion. And so I felt as though like I could see the frustration on the Vice Chancellor's face having to deal with that back and forth, when in reality, like there was nothing much gained from it ultimately. And then again, most recently, yesterday night, I did read the article that my colleague, Trustee McKay, referenced on her, on the inclusivity of the board. I think it was called, I read it in the Simi Valley Acorn. And I think that's just another example where a colleague of mine has to go on the defensive, this time publicly, to say, as a district, we are, inclusive, we are making the progress, we are making the change. And I do think that we are doing that, but it's coming at the expense of the relationship between each other. And it does create that tension and inefficiency, I think. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Brian. And thanks to all of you for thinking through this and honestly sharing your feelings on the topic. Are you wanting to say something, Greg?
Yeah, I know that this is, for the board to share their words, but is there any
Of course.
interest in me sharing one as well?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, because, there are a number of words that came to my mind as well, but one I really think is important to get out there is micromanaging, because that's interpreted in different ways, but that is referenced in the report from Dr. Harris, and it's been mentioned before in other meetings as well. And that does make everyone's job much harder. And Helen, it gets to what you were talking about of the role of the board.
Yeah, we're going to get to that.
And the
yeah.
role of the chancellor, because when I look at the last 2 years, they've probably been the most challenging any of us have had, with dealing with COVID, dealing
Right.
with everything else. And we have managed a considerable amount of change. We went through negotiations resulting in the change of a health care system. We've gone through mostly in-person instruction to having to go to online and constantly balancing a vaccine mandate, steps to protect all of our employees and students. And we've done that really well. But the dynamics of this board made all of that harder, because I was challenged by trustees or not supported in public, myself and our administrative team, in implementing the negotiations and the change that was there, in making our COVID responses. The board wasn't working at the policy level. We were having to justify each operational decision we've been making in so many areas over the last 3 years. It contributes to the inefficiency, the tension, and the defensiveness.
Okay, so what I want us to do now is I want to see from board members, from your fellow board members, what your fellow board members say. I don't want to get into too much of an exchange because we could go on for hours. If you want to respond to anything you heard, I'll give each person maybe 2 minutes to do that. If you want to respond to anything your colleague said in explaining their one word. Yes, Trustee Mantu.
This is more an observation, and it's about change. And it's been said many times that you cannot have meaningful change without some degree of conflict. Okay? If everyone's always in lockstep, or complacent, then you're not going to be able to make those big leaps that sometimes that things dictate that we have to make. But out of the other side of my mouth, I would say change doesn't always occur like a strike of lightning, and things develop over time. The other undercurrent that I want to comment and speak to is all of our commitment to DEI. But I'm concerned that DEI is beginning to overshadow what to me is much more important, which is the teaching and learning and future of our student body and the operation of why we are an educational institution. The DEI should be a necessary component, but not the front and center thing every time we have a discussion.
Thank
That
you.
might sound a little like heresy and not well received,
But
but
that's your opinion.
that is my
And
opinion.
We need to hear.
That's my opinion,
Yeah.
that we need to
Yeah.
make sure we have our priorities, our highest priorities in order.
Okay. Trustee Torres.
And this is where the DEI work is so critical that we do it at the board level and it hasn't occurred. So to Brian's point about Ted Bagley, the consultant that was hired to do DEI work with the board, we've been working on this since with Trustee McKay at the time, since July with him. Then we barely got everything approved. So there's been a lot of work that's been happening through the DEI ad hoc committee with the hope that this work would have been done. So Trustee Mantu would know, alongside with many of us, that DEI work it's not its own entity. It is embedded in teaching and instruction. And so when we're talking about DEI work, it's in every policy, it's in every operation. We are working at the board level. So at the district level, they're embedding DEI within the APs. And so DEI is at the center of everything. But it's not DEI itself. It's really the meaning behind it. So everything that we do, absolutely, DEI needs to be in teaching and in instruction and in HR. Otherwise, in the decisions we make in budgeting, otherwise it means nothing. And that is why it is so important to be able to have this, because at the board level, there is that misunderstanding of what that means. And so the reason DEI comes in at the forefront is because it's perhaps being looked at like it's its own thing, as it always has been. People sometimes not understanding completely, which is very common. And so for us at the board level is being able to have that training so we understand that every policy, everything that we're doing is through that lens, which brings me also to a concern that I have in our accreditation standards. The accreditation standards speak so much about how are we looking in terms of monitoring and looking into the effectiveness of our quality in terms of our academics, our instruction, our support services. And that hasn't happened. I believe that there's work we need to do at the board level, but the focus has been so much about our relationships that there has been neglect into looking into other processes of the accreditation process. I looked at the standards, so I have read all of the accreditation standards in terms of what we should be doing as an institution. And there are so many things that for myself as a trustee, I don't know. So I would like to get defined, what does regular reports mean to the board? So I just wanted to be able to say that I'm looking forward for us to being able to do this work within a board, but that we also start moving forward into looking into the other areas that we're also called to look at within the accreditation standards. But I just wanted to respond to the DEI
Okay.
comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just put a note that that's a really important issue on which the board needs a common understanding. And I don't think I got a copy of your goals for the year because we weren't focusing on your goals for the year, but that approach, because it's so important, it's a hot topic everywhere right now. And what does it mean to you as a board, and how does it fit? Where does it fit? So that all of you are in the same place on that issue and all the other issues you face. Other comments? On the, yes.
One of the words that I think I want to kind of gravitate towards is micromanaging. We're a district, I don't know, maybe now down to 29,000, 30,000, roughly 30,000 students, $400 million annual budget. And the context of micromanaging was questions about operations. And I'm glad it was referred to that way. I'm just gonna put it out there. That's my job. The people elected me to ask questions, to advocate for the best use of their resources and the education and learning for roughly 30,000 students. And I am fully prepared at this meeting and any other meeting to say I will continue to advocate and ask questions in public to do just that.
Okay, thank
And
you. And
that's
we're
it.
gonna talk some more when we get down to roles and responsibilities about how on that, for sure. Because you have that is part of your job, but how do you do it? Okay. Other reactions to what you've heard today from your colleagues around those little things? Yes, or big things.
I would just say that I think, you know, the report mentioned this as well. Like we all have the same goal. I just think it's like we all have like a different route to,
Yeah.
you know, get there. And I think that, you know, I really hope that we could all keep an open mind. We take this seriously today to be able to, you know, get the work, begin the process to just have a better working relationship with each other. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right, so let's look at the words inefficient, progress, tension, inefficient again, change, defensive, micromanaging. Now, can you see, are there any objections, strong objections to any of these words by any of you? Can you see the points that your colleagues have made here? Do you object to anything they said? Do these seem justifiable to you? Okay, I want to talk about tension a minute because you got right on to it, Trustee Mantu. Frederick Douglass made this statement that there's no progress without a struggle. That tension is required almost. Just think of all the good things that have come from tension. We don't get, everything kind of stays the same if we don't disagree. Good things come out of that. There's nothing there. Tension can be good. I think that's the way we have to look at it in that way. And it comes out many times out of the fact that we disagree. But it's how we resolve the differences that results from the tension that is important. And sometimes that tension goes unresolved. It builds up into so many other things and becomes a kind of monster for an organization or for a group of people like you who are trying to make decisions that benefit people. And so I think you have to deal with the tension in a way that ends up working out positively for the district. And you get progress out of it. I mean, look at what COVID has done. But if I'd ask you to make a list right now, that's caused a lot of tension. But we made adjustments, miraculously to me, to people move, people did things they thought they could not ever do. We went overnight from a combination of online and face-to-face instruction to primarily online, almost in a matter of days. We never thought we could have done something. That tension came from that. And now we're having the challenge of our lives, I think, work lives, in trying to get people back to work. And it won't be the same because of what this tension has caused. And there are some good things that have come out of it. So I think you have to maintain that kind of positive attitude. And in regard to the specific example here, and we may talk about the press a little bit, we know what the press does. Things get out there, it's news, people comment, people don't, people react. It's image, it affects the image of the institution. As a board member, you have to know that anytime you say something, I mean, it's just, it goes with the territory. It's the nature of this beast of politics, that anything you say gets repeated, it gets twisted, and you always have to think about the impact of what you say.
out there because people can just take our words and do all kinds of things with them. And we have to think about how that reflects back on the institution. And what is the impact on our students? Bottom line, how does it affect our students, whatever it is? Because those are the kinds of decisions that you're bound to make. Those are policy decisions you make, and anything can create a distraction and bring about negative situations, circumstances on the institution. So, Alex, if you go to the next slide, and I want you to, we're not going to read the report. I know you've read it. We're going to read it in here today, but you're going to use what you see there, I think, a little bit in this next part. So, we talked about the inefficiency and all these other things, the tension, the change, the defensiveness, and that's kind of on the negative side. So now we're going to switch though to the positive side. Yes.
Yeah, we were going to skip the report because we've read it.
No, I'm not going to skip. I mean, we're going to use the contents of the report.
Okay.
You can use it. You've read it in the exercise
Okay.
we're going to do now. And I can't answer. I will say though about the report that it gives you perceptions. The summary, trusting the gatherer, it gives you perceptions of what people's perceptions, what they think about the board, how they view you. For certain, that regardless of who said it, much of that is how you are perceived by others. And I don't know that you've ever had a conversation about how you want to be perceived, how you view yourselves. But the report, in my mind, is giving you back a picture of how people view you and how they view you. And it's not just the employees, it's also people in the community. It's the accrediting commission to which you are, you have a connection there. The commission people, when they come to for your visit, they view your board meeting in advance. They read your minutes. They do a thorough, I don't want to say investigation, but they take a really good look at how you manage the business of the district. And all those perceptions, they will look at this report. And so all of those things are out there for people to see. And they are individuals, organizations, groups that make decisions that have an impact on your campus and on your district and on the future of your district. So you always have to keep all of that in mind. Accreditation is peer review. It's your peers coming in, people who are like you, looking at what you do and how you do it based on a set of standards and how you have responded to those standards. And they make a determination as to whether what you have written is a reflection of what is based on their visit. They don't always agree. Sometimes they do. It depends on what it is. But all of those behaviors, everything you do, you're under the microscope all the time.
Can I ask a really quick question?
Sure.
And the reason I'm asking is in the report, but also because of accreditation, they make reference to something that was rectified back in September. And it's in the report in terms of a comment made about trustees going behind the chancellor having backway communication. But the story was presented at a board meeting publicly of how things took place. But yet my concerns are present when I see a report that doesn't reflect the correction. So a genuine motion was made based on past practice that has happened in the board with no negative intent. Nothing was done with negativity. Everything was done really in purity. And then it was rectified. It was sent through a governing process as it should have been done since the beginning. But none of that is captured. So this happened in September. None of that is captured in the literature. So in this report, it doesn't talk about how that was rectified, how it's in the minute. It's also it's in our minutes and on our YouTube links. The report that was submitted by I believe it's the ISER group,
Mhm.
the ISER group. didn't reflect that. So the report that he's discussing is one that doesn't depict what has happened and how this was gone through the governing process. There was no backway. The chancellor was aware a meeting was going to take place. Nothing took place behind the chancellor's back. And so, you know, when the information was presented, that was the
Yes.
belief. But
And I think what can happen here is that Dr. Harris can be apprised of that and perhaps a correction or something can be made in the report. I just can't speak to the contents of the report. I'm sorry, but I will make sure that I communicate. I would make sure that's communicated to him and that can be rectified if that's an error, I'm sure. I know Bryce and I know he doesn't want to have anything that's not true in a report like that. Oh, you're welcome. All right, so let's go to the other side of where we just left. Let's just go to the really positive side. Let's go to the aspirational, what you think you ought to be. So what would the board look like if it were working perfectly? Can you imagine that? What would it look like? In that picture, how would you behave as individuals? And then how would you function as a full board? So I just want you to make some little notes right now, just individually. It's on a piece of paper. And then take maybe, you need a break? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So the 3 questions, what you might want to answer the second and third first. How would you behave individually if you were functioning perfectly? How would you behave as a group if you were functioning perfectly? And then what does that look like? This perfect board.
Like if it was working perfectly, how would you behave individually? I think for myself, it's there probably wouldn't be so much of having to feel like I need to define terms, perhaps, so there's a reason so they understand where I'm coming from, because we would be in a unison. We would understand each other. Just like a relationship, we would know where we're coming from. So I think for myself, I would. And in terms of how would we behave as a group, I think as a group, we would be doing perhaps more of discussing the policies, but discussing them because we just come and approve them. Like there is not much of a discussion. And I would see us as a group really looking at policy and discussing them and seeing how does this look like in these times and how does it fit in and what do you think? And really taking our time in our board meetings to look at the policy. So that's what I would hope that as we move forward, that we're looking into the effectiveness of our policy making level work to ensure that we are meeting the other accreditation standards of the integrity of our institution, the academic, the student support services. And I know we're going to get to that later, but that's how I foresee us working together.
Okay, thank you. What about you, Trustee Mantu? Oh, ready? Okay.
Times accused of being the master of the false exit because I thought I had my list complete, but then you think of something else.
Right, okay.
I guess, you know, what I would like to see more adherence to are the ground rules and the policies which we've actually made ourselves as a board. And I've seen deviations from that, and I've seen the chancellor allow deviations from that when requests are made for additional information. And there is no question of, well, how does the board feel about this? Does the board all want to see this? That isn't even asked. And yet the information is given, the staff bends over backwards to do that.
Yes.
I think we need to either change that ground rule, eliminate it, or follow it.
Okay.
Also, the segment of the policy regarding how we, work with our chancellor, that's the conduit that we work through.
Right, we're gonna go over those. That's why I
Yeah,
have to
and we
put-
don't do end runs.
Yeah,
But the other thing is about the meetings, and I'll return to the inefficiency issue again. And that is, I think there's a difference between a board meeting and a committee meeting. A lot of extensive dialogue should and can occur in committee meetings. The board meetings are not public forums for philosophical discussion. They are largely business meetings, and they're meetings of the board. The public is invited to attend, but it's not the public's meeting, it's the board's meeting. We need to be cognizant of that. And then when we are expressing our opinions, which we should, and asking our questions, which are exactly what we should be doing, instead of expounding our own personal philosophies and reactions to those things, I'm reminded of Ernest Hemingway. He was such a great writer because he had a background as a newspaper reporter. And it brings me to that 25 words or less. It's hard to say what you mean in less words rather than using more.
okay.
I think
thank you.
that'd be a real nice guideline for us to focus on. I'm not recommending that it be put in print, but something to aspire to.
Okay, all righty.
Maybe one more thing.
Absolutely.
And this comes, there are three of us that have been K-12 professionals for years. One of the things that's inherent, particularly in early grade instruction, is we tend to transfer how we treat children sometimes in how we treat adults, because that's the environment we're in all the time. We just need to recognize that students though they come first, students are young adults. We need to respect that they are mature to a certain degree, young adults and not children.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go to Trustee Chancellor.
Okay. So I guess my answer to these three questions, I just wrote the two words, but the same word. It's just support, you know? So to me, it's trustees supporting each other, trustees supporting their chancellor, trustees supporting the district, but also a chancellor supporting their trustees, district supporting their trustees, and that could, there's so many different ways that how that looks like, you know what that looks like. If a request is made that is shared by the board and supported by the board, then it occurs, or if something in the adopted budget is requested, then it pops in there, So I just think that the reason why I chose that is I think there's a correlation between efficiency of that.
That's, yes.
Yeah. So, I think a lot of attention is spent in what trustees say and sort of the background into why we say it at board meetings.
Okay, you're getting a little off now.
Okay, but I'll bring it back.
Turn that
I'm going to
into-
bring it back.
No, let me help you.
Okay.
Turn that into what you would look like.
Right.
if you-
So here's what that would look like is
Okay.
when a trustee asks for something or brings up a question, whether it's in an item or attached to the philosophy of that item or the background, to me, the efficiency and a well-functioning board would, moving forward, that would be addressed, or that would be at least acknowledged. So if there's a request or an ask on transparency within an adopted budget, I keep going to that because it's like,
I can see you got a fixation on that one.
yeah, I think it's an important, like to me, the equity piece,
Yeah.
A lot of that comes in the budget, the dollars spent and where they are.
Mhm.
So if there's a question or a request or an ask on transparency of that budget and a meeting of the board, we all hear that. To me, what I would like to see is if a colleague asks a question or has a concern, not on the operations, but on the transparency level of that, I'm jumping in to support that, or at least to have the conversation to move forward on the efficiency to avoid not so much the question, but
Mhm.
as we talked about earlier, the attention, right?
Okay.
To move forward and say, let's cross that off the list. This has been brought up by the community, and here it is. So I guess it brings it all back to, I would love to see a place where we support each other,
Mhm.
and going back to sort of the offline questions, that's a hard part, because let's say a trustee does have a question or something on transparency they'd like to see in the budget. I don't think it's appropriate to then offline have that conversation. It should be in public. It's like, well, why do you
All
want
right, you getting all off my topic
Okay,
now.
all right.
I'm not gonna let you, I'm not gonna let you do this to me. Okay, we got it though, but that's a really good point. The support, I captured it as trustees support each other, support the district, support the chancellor, and vice versa. Okay, and then trustee requests are acknowledged. I think I heard that.
I would just add, instead of just requests, it's positions, perspectives.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
yeah, that's
got
all.
it. Okay, thank you.
Because let me just share this. It's really frustrating, I think, to bring up a question, a perspective, and to come back a year later and it's like Groundhog Day sometimes, bringing up the same question, perspective, and to not have seen any.
Right.
So that's all.
Thank you very much, Brian.
my colleagues did a great job. I think a lot of the things that I had written down, like, holding each other accountable, a good relationship with the staff, like that, that was touched on. But I will just echo Trustee Chancellor's comments and Trustee Matthew's comments with regards to requests. I don't know what Trustee Chancellor did when he was chair. He would do like this informal vote. We did it once or twice during the few meetings while he was still chair. And I thought that was a great way, but it wasn't always like followed. And so I think kind of just coming up with something a little bit more formal in a way that we track everything that we have down as well. I think that would just go a long ways. And then echoing the committee, the sentiments on committee. I think our committees are, they were kind of, they're bare. I feel like they aren't as, like, I feel like that is where we should be getting more into the weeds on things. But I feel like, I don't know, our committees aren't the best operating. And yeah, those are the only two things that I would definitely think need to be changed to operate better.
Thank you. Trustee McKay.
I think a good functioning board is that we do have good functioning committees, and that committees are trusted, and that they do the deep dive, and that the recommendations of the committee are trusted and used to, as that detail gathering. For example, an audit, trust that the committee that has examined the audit and has met with the auditors has asked all the really hard questions. And if they recommend approval to the board, we've all looked at it, but we know that they've asked all the really hard questions. And it doesn't mean we might not have a question, but it should be asked in advance. So I think having the committees do the hard work and the deep dives is a much more efficient way in a district of our size. I think, change needed and change wanted should be a common objective, and something that feels like it, that we all support it. Change for change's sake, I'm not a fan. Change for a reason, I'm a fan. I think we should be prepared for the policy work changes. If we don't like a policy, is to come in with some at least bullet points of language of how the policy should be changed. To just say, I don't like this, take it back, makes it really hard. It slows down the process a lot. So being prepared with policy work changes, I think would make us far more effective in our policy work. And none of us would have our motives questioned because we disagree about something. And lastly, I wish I left every board meeting feeling like Gabby did. Or Trustee Torres does.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about how to get there. Tell me about the motives again. I shouldn't have said anything.
I would like to have none of our motives questioned because we disagree. Because we disagree with something doesn't mean we don't believe in social justice. It just means we might disagree about something. And often I feel like our motives are questioned. It came out in this newspaper article. Our motives were questioned about why I was selected for chair, that it was diversity, related about, and it had to do with color. And I just found that to be insulting and demeaning to us as a board. And I don't think it did our reputation any good at all. So
thank you very much. And you can bring up the rear here, Trustee Perez.
Well, the advantage for me is I can concur with a lot of what I've heard from my colleagues here, but I want to focus on, I'll start by saying that what would the board look like if we were working perfectly? I think our conduct, our performance, our actions would follow our words. I read in here some of the comments that were given to Bryce Harris, and I've heard them at board meetings, and I've heard some today, how complimentary we are toward each other, how trusting we are, how respecting we are of our personal and professional experiences, what we bring to the board, but it's not always evidenced during our board meetings. And I think Trustee McKay said it perfectly right now, that This work is great. It's exhilarating. It's challenging. We don't need to make it any more so, more challenging. No one trustee holds a monopoly on wanting to protect and preserve and enhance the fiscal resources for the benefit of the district, the colleges, and the taxpayers. No one trustee holds a monopoly on striving for equity and social justice for our students and our campus communities. So when, in my view, one trustee at any one time may represent oneself as that champion, that sole champion on the board, that's a great sign of disrespect and disservice to the rest of the board, in my view. And that's where it makes the job tougher. Because one thing I learned early on, or just knew about being in a public service role, couple of things, to not make things personal and to not take things personally. But it's challenging when time after time after time, you're confronted with that kind of a situation. There's been a system in place here for many years prior to our presence here. It'll continue. A system and organization will be here. And we do come in with a fresh perspective. We do come in with insight from our supporters, from our section of the community that we interact with. But each of us have that. So it's not fair for one to say, I'm representing the community and I'm going to be asking these questions, as if to say the rest of you don't. And the one thing that, if we're going to be working perfectly as a board, and I think it's what student trustee Rodriguez said, is his word was defensive. We've got to not listen to what others say from a defensive position. I think it's the challenge for us is to say, why is it this might be said that is counter to my viewpoint on a topic? And one case in point, and I'm not singling you out, Trustee Torres, but I too had some questions about the CBT report and whatever. I could have a lot of questions to call into doubt the veracity or integrity of the report. But for purposes of today's exercise, I chose to just try to look at this at face value, and even more so, try to see, okay, where could this comment be applying to me? I would rather prefer that, oh, that's not applying to me, it's applying to somebody else. But that's the challenge, is to look at this deeply and try to grow from that kind of an experience. And it's not easy, it's not fun, but hopefully with the goal in mind, it'll make it all worth it. How would I behave individually? Maybe sometimes I would choose to speak sooner on a topic and hopefully not stifle discussion, but at least curtail overly extensive discussion. And then behave as a group. I think Trustee Mantu said it. We've got ground rules in place. Let's adhere to them. Or how did you say, change them, get rid of them?
Yeah,
Whatever.
modify, whatever.
It's the thing that bothers me about that is we've got these ground rules for show.
We're
we're
gonna
not
go
s-
through the ground rules.
No, but I'm just saying, that's the
it's
challenge.
not-
Are we
right, and-
gonna, are we gonna mean it or not?
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The thing about policies for boards, especially community college boards, you have so many of them. Have you taken a look? I mean, there are just so many. It is hard to keep up with all of that. And especially when you're new, and if you've been on a long time, then you're pretty familiar with them. But if you're new, there is just so much that governs your behavior.
And that's why today, especially those that govern your behavior are in here, and we're going to run through those. You're supposed to be adhering to your policies, but you have to know them to adhere to them. And then you have to be open enough to be able to be called on when you violate. And that's where we get into the problem sometimes, because there's some resistance to saying to people, well, you just violate our policy says we should do this and that. That's why you have policy. Otherwise, don't have them. It's a waste of somebody's time. That's where they're there to govern behavior. So this is a good list. I'm just going to run through it quickly. Conduct, performance, conduct, performance, and actions to follow words. Do what you say you're going to do. Follow your policies. Evidence, and then along with this one, if this conduct and performance and actions are following the words, there should be evidence that we trust each other, that you all trust each other. And trust is hard to build. And Trustee Torres, you said something about relationships. And that's what you have here. And it takes, so what do we say? We've got to have trust, okay? But trust is not automatic. Trust develops over time. Trust develops because we have interactions with one another. It has to grow. It's any relationship you have with your children, with a spouse, with a friend, with a neighbor. It takes time to do that. And that's one thing you have to recognize. And you have to work on building that trust. And it's critical in your jobs. More discussion on policy, adherence to ground rules and policies. That's come up a couple of times that govern your behavior. That the comments, and it's hard for people not to take things personally sometimes, but you've got to develop that kind of tough skin so that you can at least be critical of each other in a constructive way. Make distinctions between what happens in board meetings and what happens in committee meetings. If you had to delve deeply into every single thing on you guys meet every month, once a month, and that you wouldn't be able to sleep for a whole month. The relationship between the board and the chancellor and the staff and that document is a relationship of trust. There is no way you can validate yourself, all that stuff in that agenda. It's impossible. You are trusting the chancellor and the staff to get all of that stuff right. It doesn't mean you don't question it, but that's not your job. It's just way too, you can't do that. You get the right questions, you send them in advance so they know what you're gonna ask. And then that's how you do that. You'd be in a board meeting for 7 or 8 hours trying to validate everything that's in there. It doesn't work that way. It's not designed to work that way. It's designed so that you know you have competent people doing this stuff and you can trust what they do. And when you don't, you got a problem and you're the board, you do something about it. That's how it works. You don't sit up in a meeting. I'm sorry to go off like this, but you don't sit up in a meeting for 8 hours quizzing people on this stuff. It's inappropriate. It's not a good use of time. You have hired professionals to do this. And if you don't have the right professionals, then get the right professionals. But it's not your job to do it. You don't know it. It's not your job. You're not trained to do it. It makes your oversight. You have to trust them. And we can bring up all kinds of examples where, things went awry. Board should not have trusted a certain person. Board takes the action it needs to take. But when you don't trust them, or when there's evidence that you don't trust each other, it makes the organization very chaotic. And the one thing I didn't say is that I'm on both sides of this. I've been a chancellor, reported to a board for 12 years. I'm on a board for a college in New York. I just ended 4 years of chairing that board. So I have experience on both sides of this. And the harder side was being the board member and being the board chair, especially for the last 4 years, because I just wanted to get in there and do it. It was easier. I've been a CEO. I know how this should work. But I couldn't do that. That's inappropriate. I could ask questions to get me the answers I thought I needed as the chair, as a member, but I couldn't get in there and do the work. It's inappropriate. Okay. Less verbosity. We talked about inefficiency. And especially in meetings, you're repeating, asking the same things over and over. Not a good use of time. And then I like this one about respecting our students as young adults. They're not children. We have people in our colleges with 2 and 3 degrees already. So you're a good student trustee here, obvious, young adult. Trustees support each other, support the district, support the chancellor, and vice versa. And then how do you do this though? That deserves some conversation. Trustees request perspectives. The requests the trustees make and their perspectives as well as opinions are acknowledged. And then hold each other accountable. You have well-functioning committees. And if they're not well-functioning, it causes a problem. And they're doing that deep dive work on your behalf. And you trust them to do that. And then they come back and not exactly a rubber stamp, you can ask some questions and whatever, but they've done a lot of work for that. That's why you have them there. So trust their work. Change occurs for a reason. Prepare for policy work. Be prepared for the policy work that you have to do. And motive should not be questioned. The only thing I would add to this about motives not questioned, I think if a board member disagrees, other board members have a right to know why. I think you should give some kind of reason, and you just have to accept the reasons that people give you. So now, we're gonna move, next slide, Alex. Oh.
And some clarity, I don't mind giving a reason for why I disagree. I mind when someone else presumes the reason.
Yes, and then if they say it out loud, then there can be a dialogue about the reason.
Right.
About why. I think you should have, the dialogue is important. If it just gets stuck right there, then that can cause some tension that could end in negative relationships. So what I want you to do is to come up with a vision statement for yourself. I'm going to put you in groups of 2. You're going to go for a walk. You're going to come back with a vision statement, kind of written out. Before I send you off, I got to talk to you a little more first. So send you off and do your social distancing, whatever way you need to do that. I'll give you about 20 minutes to come up with a vision statement with your partner. But I also want you to list maybe 2 or 3 actions you will have to take as a board if you are going to fulfill that vision. What would you need to do? And do not write anything that you won't do yourself. I'm going to give you an example in a minute. And I'll repeat the assignment. So on this vision statement, because I'm trying to get commitments out of you today. And I want the commitments, and then I want you to commit to hold each other accountable for what you said you were going to do. That's the only way you're going to get the change and get the better relationships. But you have to be willing to do that. So what does a vision statement do? It defines your purpose with the focus on goals and aspirations. It's not where you are right now. It's what you are striving to become. Not where you are, it's what you want to be. Okay? A vision statement can be uplifting and inspiring. You make the statement public, your employees know it. They can see the change in your behavior because you're trying to live up to a certain standard you've established for yourself. Does this make sense to you? Is this something you want to do? Because I could go to another activity. Because if you don't want to do this, then we don't need to do it. Don't waste my time here.
I don't think without having a good vision that you can do a good mission statement.
Okay, I can help you do a mission statement in 30 minutes, but we're doing vision today. Does anybody object to doing this and committing to it?
But just to clarify, this is a vision statement
For the
for the
board,
board, not,
just for the board.
not for our
Not
district
for your
vision.
district. No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no. You have that already.
Right.
This is just for the board. This is to help you become better as a team. Are there objections to doing this and asking you for this commitment? Yes,
Is there a winning team? Do you,
a winning team.
yeah,
No, because we're going to come back. You're going to write your vision statements. You're going to put them up and you're going to vote. And you're going to pick one. That's why we're going to have 3. All right. They can be uplifting or inspiring. It describes what you're trying to build, what you're trying to become. It serves as a touchstone for future actions. And it's timeless. Your board members could change, but you might still keep that same vision. So you're articulating your dreams and your hopes of working together. That is what you are doing because you know what your greater purpose is. So I'm going to give you some examples. You'll get a kick out of some of these. All right, Alex, let's go to the next one. Next one. All right, Amazon's vision. To be Earth's, do you hear that? To be Earth's most customer-centric company where customers can find and discover anything they might want to buy online. Does that sound like a vision that, that they are working toward? You see how accurate that is to me, for them? And everything they do, you can see it. That's what they're trying to be. So where is it you're trying to go as a board? Ben and Jerry's ice cream. Making the best ice cream in the nicest possible way. You don't have to have some big, huge fancy statement. Caterpillar, that's it. This one's interesting. Our vision is a world in which all people's basic needs, such as shelter, clean water, sanitation, food, and reliable power, are fulfilled in an environmentally sustainable way and a company that improves the quality of the environment and the communities where we live and work. Google, to provide access to the world's information in one click. Habitat for Humanity, they build houses for people. Look how simple this is. A world where everyone has a decent place to live. Hilton Hotels and Resorts, to fill the earth with the light and warmth of hospitality. I kind of had fun looking these up, I have to tell you. IKEA, have you been in one of these IKEA places? To create a better everyday life for the many people. Intel, if it's smart and connected, it's best with Intel. This is what they aspire to be. Everything they do every day, this is where they're trying to get. LinkedIn, create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. You hear that, human resource? So those are some corporations. And then now I'm going to show you two districts that I help. These are kind of long. One of them I meant to change, but anyway, I'll go with it. Give me the next one, Alex. All right, I didn't put their names in. So this is a Northern California district. We're dedicated to achieving educational excellence by supporting each other's academic goals, professional aspirations, and individual dreams in an environment where all are respected, honored, and they dare to dream. That was really important to this board. The Board of Trustees faithfully represents the common values and vision of their respective communities while adhering to formal procedures, practices, and policies
with civility and cooperation. So that's one district. Okay. That was a Northern California district. This is a Southern California district. We will be a student-centered board that recognizes we are human with the ability to forgive each other. They were having all kinds of problems. And so they said they would treat each other with respect, practice active listening, and be willing to reflect and listen before taking action. Focus on academic excellence and issues we can have an impact on. That's a lot to take. That meant don't try to do every single thing. Understand the role of trust and consequences of not maintaining trust with each other. Protect the colleges. Direct the CEO as a board, not individuals. And have a common understanding of the role of the trustee. As individuals, board members make the following commitments. And then they had a whole list of commitments. But those are two examples. They're a lot longer than the corporations, but you know how we tend to be. And yours doesn't have to be like that, but I'm just trying to give you a sense of the kind of statement. Who is it that you want to be? What do you want to look like as a board? That's the statement we need. And then, what do you have to do to get there? A few bullet points, 2 or 3 bullet points. So I'm just going to do it this simply. You two are a pair. And I'm going to give you 20 minutes. So be back at 11:15. Just walk around or whatever feels safe to you. Okay, do whatever you need to do. You don't have to announce it. You guys are first. Put it right here. Put it here because you're going to present it. One of you has to present it. Since you're there. We're waiting on Trustee McKay. Oh, there she is. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We'll listen to, you'll present your statements, and then you will get to vote on the one you think is the best one. We may combine or whatever. We'll see how it goes. So we're going to start with Team A.
So we're the B team because both of our names start with the letter B. And what we wrote for our vision statement is the Board of Trustees performs its role and responsibilities in the public's interest. We are committed to the success of our students and to be a community resource with an emphasis on DEIA. The Board of Trustees will engage in meaningful and substantive debate and dialogue while adhering to Board of Trustees adopted protocols, procedures, and policies. In this way, the Board of Trustees models behaviors and culture for the district and college community.
Thank you very much. Good job. All right, we move to the ladies. Thank you, Brian.
So what we decided is through collaborative work, we are trusted to provide equitable educational and student support opportunities that bring forth justice for anyone. Be open to continuous growth and investment in each other. We will be able to achieve our vision by these two actions. We will commit to committee meetings. We will assign an alternate trustee to make sure those committee happens every month. We will set days to receive college and department reports on a quarterly basis. So we're able to look in terms of the effectiveness of what's occurring within our institutions. And so we chose something very short and sweet because this allows us to remember it. It covers what we believe in. Justice covers the work of DEI, equitable opportunities for both education and student support services, because it also addresses the mental well-being of our students. And it really focuses into what we do as trustees, which is really to do the work and the business of our district to ensure all of our students, all of our staff are really being taken care of. So this is our statement. And
It was very intentional that we used the word anyone instead of everyone, because we felt that really kind of got, drilled down into DEI, that anyone can come to us and we're here for them.
Okay. Ooh. All right, Team C.
Okay. To serve our students, staff, and communities in unity. So that's our statement as a board that we would want and likely achieve. Here's a couple actions. I think that's what we're supposed to put down here.
Absolutely.
What's that?
I said
Oh,
absolutely.
good. Okay. So encourage curiosity, spirited dialogue. Respect separation of roles and responsibilities. Last but not least, promote and manage growth.
Okay, talk about the last one a little bit. What do you mean there? Promote and manage growth. That's enrollment growth.
No.
Oh, see?
So our first word we were thinking maybe was to put solutions, but I think this honors that both the institution and our board is supporting not just solutions, because that acknowledges there might be, consistent challenges, but it's not. I mean, there's such amazing growth occurring and movement occurring. Our role is to make sure that the resources and personnel and the list goes on and on is there to continue that ongoing growth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So these are 3 great statements. Thank you. So what you're saying to us in these statements is that it's not where we are right now, but when we're at our very best and functioning perfectly, this is what we look like. This is what we aspire to. So we've got 3 statements, and we're going to put them all. Let's see. Would you bring yours back? Just put it right here. Alex, can you let the screen up and turn off the projector for a few minutes? We'll put them across here, Brian. I changed my mind. We're going to put them right here. He's going to turn off the projector. So take a few minutes. You're making an adjustment. Trustee Chancellor. Oh, good. I thought you were adding something. And so just come up and read and put a star on the one you prefer. One star on the one you prefer.
Is it also possible that the vision statement could be one of the supporting goals toward?
Do anything you want to do. Might want to combine some stuff, move some stuff around. Might want to get some wordsmithing.
I agree. 1 star per group, or do we each individually get a star?
Individual
Oh, so there's gonna be a
stars.
total of 5,
Six.
6 stars.
5 stars. Sorry, 5.
No.
6 with our students. Yes. Everybody voted? So this one got the most stars. That reports to our trust by that brings forth justice for everyone. Most of the things must be invested in each other. How does that sound? Can everybody live with that? Now look at these other two. See if there's anything you want to add here or you want to make something. Here are actions. Is it okay with everybody to move these actions to here? And what we take from this, now what I'll tell you what I really like from this one is this word. Unity.
Could we say in unity? Open it that way?
How do people feel about that? So what, tell me what I'm changing again.
Instead of through collaboration, just say in unity, we would.
We will, in unity, we are trusted to provide through collaborative work. We're changing that to what?
Also, like in unity through collaborative work, we will see. I'm sorry, I probably need to get closer. Which
In
is,
unity through collaborative work is kind of redundant.
okay,
Yeah.
so we can remove them through collaborative.
I just said I like the word. You don't have to put it
I
there.
like, but I do as well. I think it says something in unity. It seems we're together, a united front as a board doing the work, and it sends a message to, at least for me, when I interpret in unity, we're together. We support each other. We have each other's back in the work we do, and it really encompasses the work as a board. So I like in unity. And then if we remove through collaborative, how would it sound? I just can't see from here.
I'll just read what's here right now.
Okay.
In unity through collaborative work, we are trusted to provide. Let me do something.
Can you read it?
Or we provide. In unity, we provide equitable educational and student support opportunities that bring forth justice for anyone.
I love it. I love it.
Move those 3 over. Anything else? Can everybody live with that statement? Okay, I think you should give yourselves a round of applause. Yay. and it's lunchtime.
Yay.
And we're just right on time. I mean, with a minute to spare. So get your lunch, and then we're going to look at what your policies say and run through our exercise on roles and responsibilities. Okay?
Pickle man. Nope. It's all wrapped still. I can make on a hamburger, or, a burger and stuff, but I just don't eat them. French fries. No, Tuesday. Early Tuesday morning. I still have to write the board chair workshop framework for. That's tomorrow.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So Alex will take us to the next slide or two. He'll skip a couple and go to number 12. Because we're going now into roles and responsibilities. And I just want to run us through what your board policies say. I don't know the last time you looked at these, but let's go to that first one on board duties and responsibilities. These are the things that govern your behavior. What we had in our other list, we should probably move over to this one, to say that you will abide by these, otherwise they're no good. So let's just look at what they say. Be there in a minute, I'm assuming. Thank you. You roll it up some. That's your BP 2200. So I'm just going to read this. The Board of Trustees governs on behalf of the citizens, which is the point you continue to make to us, Trustee Chancellor, of the Ventura County Community College District in accordance with the authority granted and duties defined in Ed Code Section 70902. And there's a whole list of your responsibilities. And you'll see that these are mostly in the policy realm. A lot of these things you approve in your meetings. Establish rules and regulations not inconsistent with the regulations of the Board of Governors and the laws of the state of California. Establish policies for and approve comprehensive academic and facilities plans. Establish policies for and approve courses of instruction and educational programs. Establish academic standards and graduation requirements. And I'm going to pause right there because
I was gonna say that this is where I started underlining.
yes, you do, but you're doing this in concert with the academic senate because AB 1725 gives them pretty much authority over curriculum, but you have to approve it. They're considered the experts in the disciplines and when it comes to education, academic issues. So they have responsibility and that's under academic and professional matters, all in their purview, in the purview of the Senate. And so you have the 10+1, I'm assuming you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
The 10+1, students have that as well. And in that 10+1, all those things, planning, budgeting, all the things where they participate. But your board, when AB 1725 was established or shortly after, had to make a determination on those 10 as to whether you would rely primarily for the Senate on certain ones or whether you would consult on certain ones. And I did not look to see how.
We rely primarily
on all 10. Yeah, so you've given them full authority. But you still, when they create these policies as the quote unquote experts, you still have the responsibility of approving those. So then we go to academic standard, graduation requirements, and then of course, employ all personnel and establish employment practices, but you're not out there researching those. You're relying on your human resources department to write those up. They come to you, you approve them. Determine budget within legal constraints and determine the needs for tax and bond elections. I'm sure you've done some of that. Manage and control district property. Establish procedures for effective involvement in the local decision-making process. So when AB 1725 came into being, it required that you had to have a governance and decision-making process that was inclusive of all the employees, of the faculty, the classified staff, the administrators, and the students. And so you, more than likely, I'm sure you have a policy that explains how that relationship works, where the board fits into that, how each one of the colleges has to have a decision-making process. It works up to the district and to you. Establish rules for student conduct, establish fees as required by law. accept grants, gifts, and scholarships, provide auxiliary services, determine the academic calendar. And see, it says determine the academic calendar. You don't sit down and work on that. Typically, it's negotiated, and then it comes to you for approval, and the chancellor may come to you and say, ask you certain things about it in the process of it, what you think about it, what you'd like to see, but it comes to you for final approval, but typically negotiated. And then finally, they participate in Board of Governors state consultation process. And then this is how you fulfill your responsibilities, but it's not limited to establishing of policies consistent with the district's mission statement, the improvement in the quality, integrity, efficiency, and effectiveness of district student learning programs and services, the stability and sustainability of the system's finances necessary to support student learning programs and services consistent with the district's mission. And this is where all the budgeting comes in. Huge thing here. Selection, and this is what you're embarking on in a bit, the selection and evaluation of the district's chancellor consistent with policy. And I'm assuming you have a policy and a procedure on how the chancellor is to be hired.
Actually, we have a policy and we did not have an administrative procedure redone from the new board policy. So that's why this is going to be a little harder than, because it didn't have time to get through the process in between when we changed the board policy to when Dr. Gillespie announced his retirement.
So you're gonna, I don't want to get into it. Well, you're gonna do whatever you've done in the past, just a past practice kind of thing, or you're gonna create one through your.
We're going to create one through the process because we kind of ran away from that policy for a reason. The committee was very large. It was unwieldy. And given the timeline that we have, we wouldn't have been successful.
Okay, but it's in process, I
Yes.
guess. Okay. And those are your decisions. Because it's your hire.
Mhm.
Typically, that's how that works. The selection and evaluation, you probably have an evaluation policy for the chancellor. That's your only employee, only one who reports to you. The selection of college presidents consistent with the policy in collaboration with the district's chancellor. The exercise of final accountability for the district's educational quality, legal matters, and financial integrity. So all of that's just a lot in there. It's quite a bit. It's a huge, huge responsibility on which you primarily have to depend on other people. The board develops policy and provides broad oversight for the district. The Board of Trustees delegates authority to the chancellor to implement its policies and perform district duties and obligations except where prohibited by law. So the chancellor is your agent, quote unquote, through which you work. That's what your policy says.
Dr. Benjamin?
Yes.
I guess when I've read this many times, but when I read it with a more critical eye this time, I just felt like maybe if the last part, the board develops policy and provides broad oversight for the district, if those last two sentences were at the top, because those bullet points, there's a lot of room, in my view, for confusing them that, establishing rules for student conduct is that we're establishing the rules when really we're just ratifying what what somebody else has, the work someone else has done for
Right.
us.
Right. And you may indicate to them in a general way what you'd like to see in those rules,
Mhm.
but somebody else does all that work.
Right.
So you're suggesting that the last paragraph be at the top.
Yes.
And in order to do that, I'm sure you have an administrative procedure that tells you how you make your policy changes. You'll have to go through that process to make the change.
Yeah.
And of course, you need to have agreement with these people right here who think that's the thing you should do before you start that implementation. Because that was one of your points, I think, Trustee Mantu, that if one person wants something, you just don't do it. You have a discussion about it and all of you have to agree. That's the one voice. So then if the board agrees, then you move forward with it. that's,
No, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
I don't think I should be, that's how I feel about it. That was a
yeah.
discussion.
Is there
item,
any
not a-
discussion on that before we move to the next policy on her suggestion? On trustee McKay's suggestion?
I would support that suggestion because it lays out a very important couple of marching orders for what follows. And I think that second sentence is really a critical sentence to reinforce the fact that in our separation of powers and duties, we're primarily a policymaking body.
Right.
And the chancellor is the one that we charge with doing it.
Right, and you hold him accountable, in this case, accountable for that.
Correct.
Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, I would be supportive of that as well. Not to jump ahead, because I know this isn't a policy meeting, but and maybe Vice Chancellor Barroso would know, but in the equity plans that we've approved, there's actually even stronger language that it starts off the beginning of the plan that the board ultimately is responsible. They don't use the word oversight, but of I forget how they phrase it, but the operations of the district, but immediately backed up with just similar to this line that we delegate that to the chancellor. But ultimately, we do hold a very heavy responsibility. And I think that's one universal thing that we've all interacted with is when there is a question, challenge, or vision from a community member, they often come to us and they expect with, a response or.
They do. And let me suggest to you how you should respond. I am one board member. I have no authority by myself.
Absolutely.
I think that's a great suggestion, or you may not even want to say that, but you say something, you thank the person, and I'll bring it to the attention of the board and see what the board thinks about it, and I will get back to you. But on your own, you can't make any promises.
Of course.
I mean, you can, not wise. Okay.
Dr. Benjamin, is it not also appropriate to refer people with concerns like that to the chancellor,
Yes,
who is our chief executive?
absolutely. You can do it either way. Take it yourself or have them go directly to the chancellor, but make no promises and thank them, because you want to know what people think. Yes, trustee Torres.
Dr. Benjamin, so I really liked what you said, that there's all these different governing bodies that do the work for us, but they do listen to what we would like, and then they go ahead and do the work. What we've had so far is my 3 years of being a trustee, we always get the work at the very end. So it comes to us for a vote, and we didn't necessarily have the opportunity as a board to give our input. So what's been happening really is we are seeing information coming to us before we eventually had an opportunity to say what we would like to see happen. And that's where the questions come to try to understand a little bit more. So, and I'm seeing that it's not a fault at all of the district, of the system, is the way us as a board have not perhaps established our policy.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if there's a place in our policy where that would go, where we be part of the process, because I don't think we are part of the process.
It kind of depends on what it is and how much you want to be involved in, because you have so many policies. That's one reason why you have a first and second read.
Okay.
So it comes to you for first read, whatever it is, you get a good overview, you can question. It doesn't have to come back necessarily that next month. You give them your reactions to it. There may be changes if the whole board agrees for additional information, and then you don't finalize it until that final reading.
Okay.
Because with every single thing, because some things like a college mission statement, when the college is doing, in my experience, when a college is doing strategic planning,
That's
the
theirs.
board
Mhm.
might be in at the very beginning of that, because it's just so critical. They're doing the mission statement, they have charrettes and bring in community members, and you're involved from the very beginning, because it's this huge, really important thing that establishes what's coming in the future for the district. So there's some things where you're really in on the ground floor. Then there are a lot of them, because there's so many where you're not, and you're in that first and second read kind of process. Greg, I don't know if that's.
Is there training I would be very interested as a board member to find out what are some of those policies where, or some of those areas that I can definitely be part of, and some of the ones that I cannot, because as I'm listening to you speak, there are certain mission statements and vision statements that are really good.
Mhm.
Really good. I mean, I am super proud really of the work that's happening in our district and our colleges. But there wasn't an invitation to be part of just the discussion when they're bringing everyone, and perhaps I don't know how the process looked like, to be honest. I just know that mission statements were presented to us for approval at a board meeting. There were great mission statements. So this is by no means am I saying this.
Oh, I understand. So I don't, Greg, you want to speak to how that?
That, you know, the intent is for there to be opportunity for board input on critical items before they come to the board, whether that is an invitation by a college to one of their facilities master plan sessions so that a board member could at least hear what's going on or comment. So, you know, there's others where we have items that are coming through our District Council of Human Resources, our DCAS, where it wouldn't be appropriate for the trustee to be there just because they're working out.
But what she's describing, I think, if you probably have assuming that you have a process for reviewing your policies on a regular
Oh, yeah,
basis, that's
yeah.
required
Mhm.
by ACCJC. And so when those are coming through, it just, I don't want to, I just know how I used to do it, which probably is not the way other people did it. But you have your opportunity. I don't know that they need to be going to the college level on those
No,
kinds
no,
of things, because that gets a little tricky.
Yeah,
little
for the
sticky.
policies, we have a set procedure and it does go through our board committee now that we've reestablished on board policy and planning. So
Yeah.
it'll
So
go
how many
to
board committees are there?
two.
What are those?
Which is basically looking at budget, audit, and human resources.
Mhm.
And then there's policy, planning, policy, accreditation, communications, and student success.
Okay, is
And
there an
that's-
audit committee?
No, audit goes under administrative services.
Okay, that's right. So that's separate. And then you guys get the audit, get to look at it. But that
Yeah,
committee looks at it thoroughly though, right?
right.
Okay.
And then we have ad hoc committee. We have an ad hoc committee on DEI. And we will shortly have an ad hoc committee on evaluation and the chancellor search.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
You know, I think Trustee Torres' question is a really good one, because often there's a very fine line that board members have to walk
Yes.
between, in terms of how much they immerse themselves in the business of the district and the formation of all of these things. Because one of the things that we always have to remind ourselves of is when we are a trustee and we're in a particular meeting in a particular place, our word means a lot. And the influence is very large.
Yes.
And sometimes that's not an appropriate place for a board member to be. Sometimes they need to hold themselves a little bit above the inner
Yeah.
workings of what goes on within the organization, which is why I think that the policy committee is a great place for a board member, or to be in attendance at meetings, but not to be a dynamic force in these individual meetings like academic senates and so forth. But we're there more to listen and to show them that we are actively listening and not trying to control outcomes at a very basic level.
Well,
If that
not-
makes sense.
No, makes perfect sense. And it's not just your words that have an impact, just your presence. Your presence can influence what happens in a meeting. I mean, there are things that may or may not happen because the board member's there. And when you become and you've been 3 years, so you know this, but when you become a board member, people look at you in an entirely different way. That because and I think a lot of times board members don't realize just the impact of their presence on campus or anywhere they see people, that what their expectations become as a result of that. But in terms of the policies, since there are so many, that's why I said that about the first and second reads. And I'm sure you have first and second reads on everything, right?
Oh, you don't? Oh,
that we've had, but typically the practice had been not to have a first and second reading. So mainly like for policies, they go through the committee and then they do go to the full board.
so that,
And the board can take action at that meeting or not. But
yeah, or they could not and say, we need more information and automatically generate a second read.
correct. Yeah.
That's, we always had first and seconds, just
Yeah,
to give the board time to delve into it, ask questions and all that, because that's, those policies are in their purview.
Yeah, we've kind of gone back and forth candidly over the last, several years. Sometimes we have first reads and often we can take action and we don't need to bring it back. And then a lot of times it's way off of what we want. We send it back
Yeah.
to the drawing board.
Mhm. But the board needs that opportunity because that's your domain, that's your big work. Yes.
I just wanted to say, and maybe this is not necessarily the right time, but I would love to bring back, and maybe that's to the policy committee, the first and second reads. The accreditation commission does that. I was looking over, I've actually been looking very intently to all of the accreditation standards as well as the commissioners. How does it take place? What do they do? And in their own meetings, and they're going to have one for anyone that's interested. They're having one, I believe, in 2 weeks there because they meet every so often.
Yes.
And I saw that they have first and second reads for their policies. And I said, this is what we should be having as well. And so I'd really like to move forward to model what we are doing with the accreditation does, since they're the ones that look at us. And so maybe this is not the right time, but I would really like to move forward to follow this, what the accreditation does themselves.
So I think that's an outcome we can list for maybe the board to go back, because we've just talked about amending your board policy on authority. So that's one thing. And then a second is reconsideration of first and second reads. Does that meet with your approval, Trustee McKay? Everybody okay with that?
Sure, Trustee Torres, that nobody has jumped in to want your job as chair of the policy committee. So it will safely remain yours.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Just hearing you speak and say, give us guidance, and that's our domain as a board to really dive into some of these policies. But also to hear the concern on efficiency. One of the challenges is finding that balance, but also within that balance for me is, and I don't know, because I haven't dug into other community college districts, but a lot of our policies, what I have found on the board policy part, it just says the chancellor will develop, the chancellor will oversee. So it puts at least me as one trustee in an awkward spot, because I think that is the appropriate place to advocate or to want to see some verbiage on direction and policy. But when it just completely goes, the chancellor will, and I'm not exaggerating, it's one sentence, the chancellor will, I forget how it's commonly referred to. And maybe that's best practice throughout the state. I don't know, but I struggle on the efficiency side on how to respond to that.
Yeah.
I mean, what we discussed at the policy committee meeting is, do those even need to be board policies? I mean, we have,
I'm
as a
wondering.
district, we have so many board policies, perhaps more than many districts, that if that is all the board policy is to have the chancellor do it, I don't know. It either needs to have something in it with direction from us, or I don't think we need to have a policy on it. Unless
just
it's
really
legal.
Don't want to get, I'm a kind of policy guru person. These policies have administrative procedures attached, most of them, right?
Correct.
That then gives the detail of what has to happen. So I think you need to make that connection. What is it in the policy that it says the chancellor will do? And then how is that enacted before I'm not looking at it. And you guys subscribe to the league's policy service.
Yes.
And they make really good recommendations as to what should be policies and not, because they're keeping up with the legislation. So
Right.
a lot of what you get from them is required by legislation.
Right. And some of
And
it, we
it's
do,
worded that
we
way,
do have
yeah.
to be careful though, like we caught in the last policy meeting, there was something that was very about classified. And really, we have a personnel commission, so
Yes.
it didn't apply to us, but yet
Right.
it came to us. And I'm like, why do we have this? And so we do have to watch it, even though we're part
That's
of the
right.
league service.
They're not right about everything, but they do have the legislation attached to everything.
Yes.
That's the really important piece. Okay, so we got those two things and gotta rush along here.
Wait,
Let's-
hold on.
Okay.
Could you just provide a little bit of clarity about the first thing? What was
The
the
first thing was,
Diane-
let's go back. It's on the screen right now. You see the very last paragraph there? The board develops policy and provides broad, those two sentences. It was suggested that they remain in the document, but be moved to the front of it. And I think you were supporting that? Yes, and yes. And I don't think there were any objections.
I
Did I
support
miss-
that. And I have an additional comment also.
Okay, did
Go
I
ahead.
answer your question?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Well, getting back to some earlier comments about when the board gets involved in a item that comes to the board early or later in the process, and the frustration that sometimes we come in later in the process. We do have a participatory governance structure, and there's various committees.
right.
And so, in my view, they are there to serve efficiency of operations. And the work of those committees, I believe, are conducted in alignment with the various plans that exist at the campuses and in the district.
Right.
And so there's got to be that recognition and acceptance when a matter does come before the board, that it's been done, the work has been done in alignment with established policies.
Right. And I'm wondering through your governance process, because all of those policies, I'm thinking in most districts have to go through your governance process. They work their way
Yes.
through each college, then to the district governance process, and then to you. And there's a lot involved in that.
Yeah.
And for board members, you can't sit in all those meetings. That's where I talk about the trust too.
But, and in order to build that trust on the part of the board for the governance process, it's our responsibility, I believe, to provide clarity of the policy so that the campus communities and district communities can move forward with their work, knowing what the board is expecting.
Right.
And
it's
which gets back to the point, and I agree with Trustee Chancellor, I think there are many opportunities for us as a board to put more meat on the bones of certain policies rather than the chancellor will.
Mhm.
I mean, that's how it reads. I'm not blaming you, Craig, but that's just how a lot of these policies read. Well, if the policy in itself doesn't state what the board's outlook is on that policy or what it wants it to be, then it's unsurprising that we may have questions when it
Yeah.
comes back to us later on, or some other
Right.
matter tied to that policy, which is
'Cause
unclear.
most of them, a
comes to
lot of
us.
them start with something like the district shall have or shall provide or whatever. That's at the policy level. Administrative procedure tells how it does. I was just trying to think of some that would start with the chancellor will provide. There could be some, I'm sure there are some, but most of them they're really broad. Policies are broad. And then the administrative procedure gives you the specific detail.
Well, again, to me, it really reinforces Trustee McKay's complaint, my word, that why have that kind of a policy if the board really, in effect, is not saying anything? We're not setting a policy.
I
We're
understand.
handing it off to the chancellor to create an AP to make sure something gets done.
Yeah, that's where that delegation of authority comes in. Because you're not gonna write all those. And for some of it, Trustee Torres, you can't be in at the, you wanna be down there at the college doing whatever or getting a closer look, but you're at the board level. And I guess the more comfortable the board can be made with that role, the better. And then you've got 3 colleges too. And then they all have to have their input. Yes, Brian.
I just wanted to, maybe Chancellor Gillespie, if you could share when the participatory governance handbook is gonna come to the board. I know Patty's been working diligently on it, so maybe you could share, and then it could kind of help answer Trustee
Yeah.
Torres's questions about, clarifying what meetings we
how
could
it
be in.
works.
Yeah.
Because when Trustee Perez was talking, I was thinking Well, the board has to understand how the participatory governance process works too.
Yeah, so we do have a participatory governance handbook for the district, and it has been being updated over the last year, just in preparation for accreditation. So Patty, I believe it's in February or March, it'll be coming to the board, the latest version. If you want to look at it now, it's still on the website, but
And that's a
It's-
good, and maybe that link could be sent to the board so that they can at least be previewing that. Because not only the governance is somewhat complicated, well, I don't want to say complicated. Because you have, each college has its governance process. Each governance process has to include the input of students, faculty, classified staff, and managers. So that you got 3, 6, 9, and then you got opinions in between that input from all these groups. It's one reason why it's so time consuming. And then all of that has to come together here at the district office, where you gather that input and finally get to making the changes in the policy that people recommend and all that. It's a complicated process, and you've got hundreds of policies.
Be at the college level, there's so much work that they're doing, and it's more the policy level. So my questions all just pertain to the policy level within where I'm at, where I want to have more of that direction, because really that is what leads the entire district and the colleges, because if we're entire family. So as much as the colleges are independent, we do fall under Ventura County Community College
Absolutely.
District. And that's where there's that piece where through policy is the direction of the guidance. If a board, if we are, especially right now in DEI, so these policies were written before we made a commitment in DEI. So a lot of these policies need to be reviewed from the board level. Okay, are these aligned with what we believe in our resolutions and what we're committed to equitable? Are we, as we're talking about removing systemic barriers, can we have barriers within our policies that we're not even aware of because they were written by board members who are no longer here? And so it's reviewing a little bit more. And so it's a lot of work, and it's more of knowing where does it go in our policy, and that's it, to just make our meetings more efficient, because perhaps it's just a policy level and that's where it stays. And so you need to give, for myself, direction at this board policy, and then the rest will follow. And it's not so much about perhaps asking questions. And so that's where I'm coming from, is
Yes.
seeking to understand, seeking to come together with my fellow colleagues, understanding the tension, the ineffectiveness, the different words they use to describe, and coming together at the end of this meeting with a positive, with a belief in a commitment to trusting each other. Maybe the trust might not be there for everyone, but at least a commitment to work on that relationship to move our district forward during these moments of a pandemic, particularly still a surge happening right now. We need to be united more than ever. And for me, what I'm taking so far is at the policy level. And that's where I'm looking
Yes.
and hoping to get more support. And I'm listening to from my chancellor, because I know we're going to go next into the roles. And it was great to see the high level that the chancellor is involved in the policy. So what I got was my chancellor is listening to me, and then he's moving his team to draft the policies for us. And so that's part of my hope that I have, that we do some of that work, the beginning of it.
Yeah, and I'm
Again.
thinking though, with the vision for success that was put out by the chancellor's office and all those DEI directives you've got to be incorporating some of that into your policy changes.
correct. So as you mentioned, we're part of the CCLC
Yes,
service there for policies, and they've made an initial review and update of those through adding a DEI perspective. So a lot of the policies that come to the board for review and evaluation are coming through the appropriate governance groups, and those governance groups are looking at the new policy recommendation from CCLC, and they're incorporating that into the BP that then comes to the board for your explanation and approval. But it's gone through, let's say if it's an HR policy, it's gone through district council on HR. So they'll look at what's come through CCLC, what do we need to change? After DCHR, it'll go to Chancellor's Cabinet, then it'll go to the policy committee, and then it'll go to the board. So the track will vary on which participatory governance committee, depending upon the policy, but that also is reviewed at the college levels too, in
Yes.
addition to our district
But her
level. So
concern,
see, some of the BPs you're getting, the board hasn't asked for a change in the BP, but we're making them because we've gotten the recommendation from CCLC to do it. Now, what we're getting today to make this change, to move that up, we'll make this change, we'll bring it to the appropriate governance committee, and then
It'll
it'll
just
come
work
back
its
to the
way.
board. So we kind of have two things that happen. We have BPs that come to the board because we're recommending changes based on new information we've received, new laws that have been passed. The other is we hear things at meetings, or I'll get direction from the board or board chair. We'd like to look at this policy for whatever reason, and then we get that input from the board, and then it'll go through the process and come back.
and then you get new ones too. So
Correct,
You get
correct.
you amend policies, and then you get brand new policies, and sometimes policies are even eliminated.
Correct.
I just remember all that we had to do around when all the gender issues came in and gender identity. You probably remember all those coming through. We had to add all that new language that was federal, from the federal government, so there's just a lot of things that influence the changes that have to be made. Yes.
Just to use an example and as a bridge to address, I think our role is on the policy side, but also acknowledging the efficiency and good governance. For a couple of years, I've inquired and asked about, we don't have an accountability system that employees are in receipt or acknowledge our board policy. So other districts, for example, they're sent out and employees are like, hey, please review these board policies and APs and sign here or electronically sign here and move on, and it's done. And I've brought that up, and I guess what the takeaway I'm trying to bring is, if that's not shared as a consensus or a goal, like by the full board, that's important information for somebody, myself, bringing that up and say, okay, cool, like, let's move on.
Yes.
But if it is, then the takeaway should be sort of like a timeline and an implementation of that.
If it is whatever it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I think that goes along with that relationship of the district and the board, but
Mhm.
also with efficiency. So we can't get a consensus, be like, look, the full board doesn't support it, like, move on. That's not a
Yeah.
priority. Okay,
Right, let it go.
let it go. So and the reason why I bring that up now is I just want to echo that I still feel that as all these policies are receiving a look at and changes and implementation, that it puts us in a liability spot for employees not to be in receipt of these policies once a year.
Well, they don't necessarily get them once a year. I mean,
Or
it
just
depends
in-
on what it is. Like,
Sure.
HR sends out a slip and fall, or don't you guys send out something about slipping and falling every year, reminding people, there are certain kind of reminders, but you don't send out every single policy for employees that review.
No, but like a link saying, here's the board policies that you're in receipt of that these are in existence, and something of that nature. I know I've just been at conferences that this is a best practice of things that.
Yes.
There's no laws associated with that or anything.
An organizational structure, is that the one?
Organizational structure. So it's just like, I'm kind of like, that's
But-
a job.
Yeah, but that, you need to have that.
Okay.
You need to have, because it's an organizational structure that's set up to run the district and the colleges. And you need a statement that says that's a policy. I mean, as meaningless as it may seem, you have to have it written.
Dr. Benjamin,
Yes.
I kind of want to go back to what Trustee Chancellor was saying about it's almost like a lack of like internal controls to make sure our policies are being carried out. Is that kind of what you were saying, Trustee Chancellor?
No, it's just we invest the time to make these changes, and hopefully they're going to be.
But on the back end, don't you have distribution? Don't you have a distribution process? Once it's gone to the board, then they go back out, do they?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's all made public.
And they're
yeah.
posted
in the manual? I'm not announced, the electronic
Yeah,
manual.
our board policies and APs are updated then as soon as the board's approved it with the date and everything, and employees have access to all of that information.
Yeah. I know we used to send them out in packets just to the leadership groups, and they had to disseminate them to people so they would know what was changed.
Mhm.
So I'm sure there's some kind of distribution. I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
I'd be curious to know
Yeah,
the
Patty, do we
distribution.
do any other distribution beyond just what happens at the board meeting? No. So that's something that if the whole board wants all employees to specifically get all of the changes to, BPs or APs, other than, the meetings happened and it's all updated, we could look into something like that.
I mean, I guess if we were to make hypothetically a board policy change, if an employee is in audience, or a student therefore is in the audience, or they happen to watch the film, which I think is highly unlikely, there's no system in place to acknowledge that there's been a change. And to me, that's a concern.
No, there is, because those that have been involved in all of the review are highly engaged. So if it's a policy around registration, registrar work, they're involved with the discussion on the revision. They're
Yeah.
following it to see that it get changes. And once it is, they change their operations to.
And some of them are
reflect that.
initiated by those different offices. So you've got student
and so
services
the-
procedures and
Dr.
academic
Benjamin?
procedures.
Yeah, so the areas that need to know what the policy changes have been involved with it, and they're waiting for the approval to get to be implementing.
Dr.
those
Benjamin?
things.
I think I understand where Trustee Chancellor is saying that the information, the changes might not be immediately taken within the organization. Is that kind of where?
May not be implemented.
Yeah.
People may not be aware, not knowledgeable that something has changed.
Yeah.
I have full faith that they're being implemented. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, that's trust. I totally trust that things are being implemented. I just don't know if there's the awareness, if there's a change in the law, CCLC, and it goes through the participatory governance team, of course they're aware of it. I'm talking about rank and file members that are not part of that team, or a student that wants to file maybe a grievance. How are they aware unless they make that, So
Yeah, and they
That's
go to a student services office, but that may be something you want to follow up on to just make sure that there's something in place so people know when something changes, especially around sexual harassment and stuff like that. My guess is they do. I'm hoping. Anyway, yes.
Yeah, I think we're ranging a little too far afield from what our purpose is here today. But just as an example, and where I come from, when someone is onboarded as an employee, there's a checklist that they check off. It's their responsibility to be familiar with the rules of the organization, so that if they transgress at some point in the future, they can't say, I was never told, I was never made aware. This is the kind of thing. It's a risk management issue.
Right.
And that is something we would expect without the board getting involved in it, that it is being done as part of a responsible procedure that follows our policy.
And maybe the
But
chancellor
I
can-
think we're getting in the weeds here. We
I-
need to
I
move
know.
on.
I know, but I want to just follow up because this is important. If you could just follow up on that in terms of distribution and right, because there's an orientation. Yeah.
Sorry, but I hate to go back, but I also just
Don't
want to
hate it,
mention
just go ahead.
the one thing is like for the policies with regards to our associated students, I know I've had some concerns and I've brought them up to Chancellor Gillespie. So the policies with regards to students, it's also making sure that they're aware of the policy changes. And I think Trustee Chancellor brought up an amazing example about the grievances and making sure that they know now that, the system has changed, how are they being made aware of
Yeah.
those changes? So.
And the other way that it is supposed to work, and that's the whole idea around participatory governance, is that whenever these policies and procedures go through, there are representatives from each constituency group at the table. Those representatives have a responsibility to communicate
whatever's going on, whether it's a policy change, whatever it is, with the people they represent, bring their feedback. They have the responsibility to keep them posted along the way. When it passes, they're supposed to get that information back. That's the whole idea about how participatory governance is supposed to work. So that is the mechanism for everybody to know, including students, classified staff. Everybody has representatives. And so if they don't know, it's because their representatives are not fully doing their job. That's one way. That's why the legislature put that in place, because managers were running everything. And then they put in participatory governance and everybody has a say and you're all involved in it. So I'm going to move on to the next item, Alex, quickly. We're not going to get to do our quiz. All right, make it bigger. So this one, role of the board chair. I won't go through all of that. Do we need to read this one?
I don't think,
So I just wanted to ask a question. So
Yes.
in our board policy, and it's when it's the boys, and I'm not sure if it's on this one particularly, where we delegate authority to the board.
Yes.
Our policy doesn't mirror accreditation. So accreditation says, no, I just had it. Accreditation says that the board shall not interfere, that the chancellor will be able to implement and administer board policy without board interference.
Yes.
That's accreditation. But
Yes.
ours says that the chancellor is empowered to interpret policy. And I see implement and administer very different from interpretation.
Where is that in this one? Which policy is that in?
We have it and it's, I'm sorry, it's one, I'm sorry, it's delegation of authority. So I skipped it. I'm sorry. So no, it's not the board chair. It's delegation of authority to the chancellor. That'll be the next policy. So I'll address it in the next one.
Okay. Any comments on this one? Board chair responsibilities. You're creating a positive climate, Madam Chair. Okay,
I have a question
Yes.
also. Go ahead.
go ahead.
And maybe it's intentional, but there's and I say intentional, like just the vagueness, because we're professionals and we work together. But I think it is there's a heavy responsibility on the chair, and I think that's a good thing to develop the agenda.
Mhm.
But getting things on the agenda, if a trustee is not chair, we don't have language to ensure the protection, or that's not the right word, I don't know, I'm at a loss of words. I'll just say it, like getting things on the agenda. Other districts sort of have, if there's two trustees that want something on the agenda, it goes, or, you know, in a respectful, timely manner. I know we have some kind of language, but there have been incidences in the past that things have gone years or a good year until it gets on the agenda by the control of the chair. And I know that's their job, but is there some language?
the chancellor creates the agenda and then the chair works with them has always been the chair does not create the agenda. The governance process does. And then it's presented in agenda review to the chair and vice chair and we run through it. But it is the chancellor that presents the agenda to.
So do you have a process for board members getting items on the agenda?
We have an agenda item, every month on things that would like to be on the agenda.
In your meeting at the end, you ask people.
Future agenda items.
So that's the appropriate place if a board member. So trustee Chancellor, is that what you mean? That's your mechanism.
That's our mechanism. And I think we do actually do a pretty good job of respecting the voice of trustees that would like something on the agenda. But there's no language that if there is something that is important and strong to a trustee or a couple trustees or even three, that will actually get on the agenda, because there have been, and I'm thinking of AB 705. That was an issue that took a long time to get a report and some data back and to get on the agenda. And the mechanism wasn't there, and there was a level of inefficiency and frustration, I think. So I see it as an opportunity to have some solid language, you know?
So you're suggesting that language be created to,
Substantiate or ensure that if a trustee or two trustees, however the
Whatever
board
number.
would like, that it gets on the agenda, you know, in an appropriate, timely manner. It doesn't have to be the next meeting, but
but it would still be at a board meeting, the request would be made for something to be added. That's the communication mechanism publicly, where the board then would decide whether or not they want that item added.
yeah, but I don't know necessarily if it needs to be at the board meeting. I mean, let's say community group or community members come and say, look, we have this really important issue.
You
we're
have a
concerned."
policy that tells you how community members add items to the agenda. There's a
We do-
process.
we do have
they
that,
have
actually.
to follow, and you just refer them to that, and they have to complete that form and submit it to the chancellor, if I'm remembering that.
Yes,
right.
that is correct. Yeah.
That's how they do that.
Yeah.
You got just about
That's
anything
right.
in place.
Yeah, and if
Well-
I recall correctly, that mechanism is also embedded in law. It's
Right.
in the Brown Act.
Absolutely.
It's in the Open Meetings
Absolutely.
Act.
Yeah, that's how
That
that's.
anyone can request an item be brought as an agenda item by the board. The only unknown is they don't put a time limit on when they
Right.
have to bring it forward.
Right, because sometimes it requires research and whatever, and they leave it to the discretion, I think, of the chancellor and the board chair and that policy, if I'm remembering it correctly, to make a decision as to whether it should be added and when. That is left, but there is a great process for that. It's really clear.
I also had a question regarding specifically the role of the chair and the vice chair, because I received an email this week from Chancellor Gillespie telling me that our board meetings were not going to be at 4:30 p.m. So as a board in our last meeting in December, we looked at the calendar. We agreed at a 5 p.m. start time. We looked at the dates. And I received an email last week letting me know that the chair and the vice chair had met and that they had decided that meetings were going to be at 4:30 p.m. because of public comments, and they wanted to start half an hour early. And that the hope was that this would be sufficient notice for me in order to make arrangements, and that everyone understands that if I might not make it in time for closed session, they'll start and I'll just join them whenever I come in. And my concern was public comments at times, because of the vaccine mandate, we might get them before in closed session, but other times we won't. So we might be going into closed session items that you should have all 5 trustees present. And my question became everyone, and so everybody knows that I will be coming late. And I'm thinking, what just happened? Because at our last board meeting, it was agreed at 5. I never received even a phone call. Trustee Torres, we're looking at 4:30 because this is what's going to occur. This is what's occurring. We want to go in this direction. Do you think that this is something that you can do? I can probably say, oh, absolutely. And then we move forward. But I didn't receive that. All I received was the chair and the vice chair are now setting the meetings at 4:30. We hope this is sufficient time for you to make it to the January 18th
Okay.
meeting. And if you can make it, everyone understands that you'll be arriving as soon as you can.
So do you guys want to respond to that?
And actually, I recommended that we start at 4:30 at our meeting. And in my communication, I don't think I just said it was the chair. vice
It was, I
chair,
have the email that was
But-
sent to me.
But it
personally.
was my recommendation. We did talk it through. And that part of it is because our meetings have been going too long, too late. We've been having a lot of public comments because of the vaccine mandate and other things. And it gets very difficult for trustees and staff if we're not done before midnight. And one way to do that was to move a half hour earlier.
But nobody asked my input. And so to me, the question was, the way my email that was addressed, it was that the chair and the vice chair made the decision and that it was a 4:30 move that they decided to make and that everyone was aware that I would be coming in late. And I thought to myself, I think that one of my members would have called and said, Gabby, we're moving in this direction. This is what we want to do. And then after perhaps me saying, go ahead and start without me, then the communication would have. So I was very surprised. And that's why I asked the question, how much authority does the chair and the vice chair have? Because meetings were just changed when we agreed that the start time, we approved the calendar in December.
And I'd say I'm surprised too. This is the first I've heard about that change. So
I'd like to try to clarify this issue if I may, because I do recall the conversation in agenda setting with Chair McKay and the Chancellor, and that it was not a permanent change to our time. It was because of the nature and the how the sheer volume of comments that we were having, that it was an attempt to make things a little bit more efficient in this one instance. It could have been handled better. I agree with you.
It was, so I have the email. It made it, it
Yeah,
was stated.
I
but moving
understand
forward,
that
so-
it could have been
okay.
handled better, but sometimes, you know, you make executive decisions and we would understand if you could not have made it on that occasion, but we were not, it was not my understanding we were making a permanent change at every meeting to start at 4:30.
So
Now, maybe
let
I'm mistaken.
let me see if I
but
can
if-
get in the middle of this thing here.
Well, it's also that now we're also going to Zoom, so there's no driving. But I agree with you. And I do want to, say that there are going to be some things, coming forth at this meeting for board discussion to kind of help with public comments and to kind of get control of our meetings back so that we can be more efficient.
I would just recommend moving forward, anytime there's some change there's a consideration. It's nice to contact the other trustee and say, we're thinking about this. What are your thoughts? This is the reason why. And perhaps the trustee themselves will say, absolutely, let's make the time change. I will work within my schedule. I support it. I might be there a little bit late if it's okay, and then move forward, because that's important. Otherwise, I'm being given a
Yeah.
directive by my one employee.
I think Trustee Mantooth responded and kind of apologized there for you're admitting that what she's saying, that it happened, that you didn't call her. It could have been done in a much better way. I think it was an
In
acknowledgement.
hindsight, there was,
In
but
hindsight.
obviously no malice or deliberate, and harmful intent, just that hopefully you could rearrange your schedule for this meeting
Absolutely.
at this time. But the courtesy was not extended in the most professional way.
And
Dr.
so,
Benjamin?
and that's another thing we've talked about. What would make the board, if it worked perfectly? Sounds like perfectly would have been a phone call or text or something to her to say, we know we've made this decision in the meeting last time, but we've got so much whatever going on. We need to start at 4:30. Just a personal phone call would have been better for you, is what you're saying?
It would have been appreciated.
Yes.
Because I support it. I'm very understanding. And so as soon as I saw the email, I made the change, and in terms of making my schedule fit.
Okay.
But I appreciate knowing that this is something that is not necessarily going to be permanent, and then we'll just see as time moves that there's times we need to make changes. And in the past, I remember I've spoken to both Trustee McKay and Trustee Chancellor when he was the chair. I'm going to be running a little bit late. Go ahead and start. Start with the meeting, and I'll be there as soon as I can.
Right.
And that's worked really well. And I think in the future, that's something that would be helpful, I think, for us.
And
as
I think that's
trustees.
good because you guys are starting out as offices this year, so you're getting this feedback. Is there any other feedback anybody else wants to
Dr.
give the new
Benjamin?
chair and vice chair? Yes.
Just to go back to the policy, this is actually bullet point number 6, work with the chancellor to set meeting dates, times, agendas, and be familiar with pertinent issues. If my colleague does have, which it seems like she has an issue with this, which is in the policy, maybe amending it to work with the chancellor and all trustees to set meeting dates, times, agendas, and be familiar with all pertinent issues. I think maybe just adding that way, trustee wouldn't be blindsided by the fact that there would be a change in meeting time or date.
I don't know. How do you feel about adding that language to bullet 6? Work with the chancellor
I don't think it's appropriate there because this whole board policy is the role of the chair. So then to say that the chancellor is going to work with all trustees, it doesn't seem like a
It
match.
says that the board chair work with the chancellor.
yeah.
and all trustees.
We are, Dr. Benjamin, we are such a highly prescribed institution. I'm a little hesitant to add further prescriptive language in this policy. I think as a former board chair, I think it was our practice for the chancellor, when it came time to adjust a meeting start time or whatever, we would poll the rest of the board to see what would work. We wouldn't just
Yeah.
make a unilateral change,
But this was a
not knowing if it was
one-time.
going to work.
Right, so this
know.
was one time because you knew that would be an issue and you said you're gonna do that in a different way. They've admitted that they did a mistake and they'll do better next time, especially they're starting out new here. As
Yep.
your leaders.
We were doing 3 agendas. My apologies. We were trying to get through 3 agendas in one agenda setting meeting. And like I said, we are going to try and make it so it's just so hard to predict public comments right now that, it's like I'd be willing to wait till 5 before we went upstairs to do any closed session work. It's just kind of getting the public comments started.
Yeah.
But now we're not going upstairs. Now we're not doing anything because we're going to
Right.
be virtual.
So this is what I
So-
want to just put on your minds.
Yep.
In most of the places where you disagree, it's not the what,
It's the how.
and that's her complaint, the how. I think you got it now, right?
Yep.
They got it. Trustee Torres. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next one. Alex, please. And the next one is
Delegation of authority.
delegation authority, a favorite. All right, I hope you had a chance to read over this one. I know there were some references to it today. This lists quite specifically all the things you've delegated for the chancellor to do. You will not do these things. You're giving him, you're saying, Chancellor, do this. Any comments or questions on those? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay.
At the very last paragraph, the chancellor shall act as a professional advisor
Yes.
to the board in policy formation. The second sentence reads, the chancellor is empowered to reasonably interpret board policy without trustee interference. Now, when I asked about this particular sentence, I was always referenced back to or said that this was a direct language from the accreditation standards. And when I looked at the actual accreditation standards, they read differently. So if you look at the accreditation standards at the quiz we're going to take, it'll be on point number 12. The way the actual accreditation standard is written is the governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement and administer board policies without board interference, which I completely support because he's implementing and he's administering, which is the actual administrative work of the policy, not interpreting the policy, but
Right.
implementing and administering it. So to me, it just, I would like it to mirror what we have in the ACCJC standards, because that's what I was told when I asked about it. I wasn't given another explanation as to why it was written that way.
Reactions to that recommendation?
I guess I'm fine with it. I interpretation, you have to interpret it in order to implement it. So I kind of like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic for me, but I'm okay with it if the language makes, the board feel more comfortable.
It would, the way I just read it was the board, the AP is the interpretation of the board policy. So I don't, if I was a CEO, I'm just looking at my AP and that's how I'm going to go ahead and implement and administer the AP, because the board policy is, my AP is what tells me what my board policy is going to look like. And so it just made it a little bit, it wasn't aligned with ACCJC. And because I was told it was with ACCJC, no other reason, I thought it'd be nice to just be able to really have it there. But that's the only reason.
No, I'm just
Oh,
seeing if
okay.
there's any other reaction to that. Is there any, does that make sense to people? Let's make sure we understand here.
Yeah, good catch, Trustee Torres.
You don't want to be in conflict with what ACCJC says. Yes, sir.
In this policy, I see an opportunity to clarify something that's been a bit of a sticking point with the board with regard to the hiring of employees. And that is bringing employees on board without the board's formal approval at a board meeting.
Can you point us to the bullet? Which number,
Yeah,
which
if you
paragraph?
look at paragraph number 4,
Okay,
it says no contract shall constitute an enforceable obligation against the district until it has been approved or ratified by the board. Okay, fair
Yes.
enough.
yes,
The board is legally the employer of record
absolutely.
in the case of hiring employees, which constitutes a contract. However, in the very next paragraph, it says the chancellor has the authority to authorize employment. So the nuance here is, in order not to hold up the business of the district, that employees, we want to explain why this is not a big, it shouldn't be a big issue for the board to have to hold up hiring people and putting them to work until a board meeting comes around to authorize it. We authorize that in arrears, but technically the employee might not know that their hiring is not an enforceable obligation of the district until the board
approves.
says so.
Absolutely.
That's the difference. But we cannot always wait to do that. And these are the two, what look like conflicting
Mhm.
pieces of information, but they're actually complementary if you look at them in the right way.
Okay.
It's just, I wanted to use this opportunity to say,
Thank
to speak
you.
to that, because it has come up on more than one occasion about our legal responsibility as employers versus when people start working.
Okay,
And
thank
it's
you.
actually an exposure to the person that accepts the job prior to us saying, okay. And I'm not thinking that it's a real problem, but if a trustee were to have a concern
Mhm.
about this, I think this kind of helps explain why this is allowable.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
Would it be, and I say this based on what I've seen in other similar districts, in that paragraph, it says the chancellor has the authority to authorize employment. Would it be more appropriate, the chancellor has the authority to recommend employment?
That's different.
I know,
That changes the meaning entirely.
I think it encompasses the previous paragraph that trustee Mantooth was
So
describing.
is your feeling that
You
no one
have
can
to
decide-
authorize it or you can't pay the person to do the work.
And,
You have to, the word authorize, I think, has to stand there.
and
Are
the
you
heart,
against hiring people, having people start work before the board approves? This allows them to do that in certain situations.
I'm okay with them doing it in certain situations, but not it having not that it being the general practice. And I'll give you an example. Finding out in the newspaper, somebody is hired, or on a social media post, somebody got a position consistently or more frequently than it coming to the board as approval. I mean, personnel costs are our most expensive
Yeah.
liability as a district, and there is ed code that supports our role in this and language that supports that approval. And I think the board policy language is there, but I think it's really important to look at the practice of what happens in this district. And what typically happens is people are hired, and then in the rears, we are informed of it and just recently started approving it. This was only in the last, gosh, I don't know, 6 months. So is that approval process was not allowed for this board to do.
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so the practice had been, and it was in the policy and procedure, that basically the board gave the authority to the chancellor in hiring of the position. So it didn't come to the board for ratification. Now, certain contracted and all employee contracts do, like all management contracts, things like that. But for our classified employees and things like that, those hires for the classified, hires for the faculty, those were basically delegated to the chancellor and staff for hiring. Now,
So the only ones that has authority to, the management ones are the only ones that come to the board?
previously, yeah, now, because again, trustee Chancellor had brought this up earlier, now we do have monthly, all HR actions come to the board for ratification. And, we hire and start people when we need them. And a lot of
Mhm.
times we need them right away. And
Yes.
we don't really want to delay the hiring of anybody by a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks just to wait for a board meeting. If we need a custodian, we need a custodian. If we need a part-time faculty, if we need a full-time faculty, we need them now. I mean, we're not going to hold it unnecessarily.
And these are permanent employees, but they all do eventually go to the board for approval.
They go now.
Now
for
they
what-
do.
But again, our board policy didn't require that or our
Okay.
AP. It was just the managers.
So was the board policy changed to reflect that, to reflect what just started happening?
Mm,
Just curious.
I think Laura, did we do that? Yeah, she says yes. So I'm not sure what the issue is, and I don't even really know what needed to be fixed around it. I mean, we weren't hiring bad people. We weren't getting. I don't know
I can
what the
kind of see
issue
his
was,
point, though,
so.
that people go on social media, put all this out there. I just got hired, and he's a board member going, what? You know, that,
Well, that when it's for faculty position, for any dean, vice president, directors, we do an announcement and a press release. And yeah, that could happen to where we hired a new director of something and it hadn't come to the board meeting yet for ratification, but we needed them to get started. And we do announce it because everybody needs to know who's this new person that's here now. I don't know why that's wrong.
I just asked myself the question, how does something like that, the incident you talked about, Josh, that you learn about someone getting a job through social media, how does that help or hurt me perform my role? It doesn't, and we've got a practice in place that Chancellor just identified, so that's going to happen, 9 times out of 10 anyway. But if there's a process where we are being informed and we are acting, whether it's immediately or ratifying, to allow the business of the district and the colleges to proceed, then I'm good with the policy.
I don't think it hurts our role as a trustee. 9 out of 10 times we find out about it in the newspaper or in a press release. I think it's illegal though. Ed code stipulates we need to approve these employment contracts. It's right there. So to say that, does it hurt us? I think it's illegal. I think it goes against ed code. So I think there's a reason why we have a board approving contracts. And I think 2 things can happen. I think we can do that in an efficient manner. I mean, when a job is announced, recruited, hired, it's this lengthy process. I mean, we're talking, some of these are over a year. And then to say, we're not going to address that lengthy process, but now we need the person to start right away. I get it. There's urgencies and there will be emergencies that we have to ratify. I get that, but I think we can do what a lot of community college districts do, and that is to approve HR contracts before a formal announcement occurs, before people start. I mean, that's an odd one too. Can you imagine being an employee?
so you're saying there should be no exception regardless of the need?
Oh, no, I think exceptions will, of course, occur. And I think
Okay.
there needs to be language to honor that. But imagine being an employee that starts a position, and is actually fulfilling that duty. And maybe there's an upcoming budget emergency or something. And the board says, we're not on board with this new position right now. What do? How do we go against a contract that's been approved by the chancellor? I think it puts us in a tough spot. And I think that's why it would hurt this body and our governance team. And that's why there's ed code in the law that stipulates that's one of our duties.
Okay, just one response real quickly. One, I thought I heard earlier that the employee signs that contract knowing that it's not fully effective until the board ratifies it. Secondly, I'm a little at disadvantage because we don't have the corresponding AP or the exact section of the ed code you refer to.
And we don't have an attorney in here.
Right. So maybe this is another parking lot issue that we
I
have to
think
come
so,
back and
just
address. But the
requires
point
some
is, I
follow-up.
think it's still an issue, as you pointed out. It's not the what, it's the how.
Yeah, it's the
So,
how. And
Well, and I'll
sounds
be
as though
the,
we don't have all the how yet.
yeah,
if
yeah,
there's
but we'll
legal-
follow up with HR because we're the first ones who don't want to be doing something illegal. So if we're doing something illegal, we'll change it right away. So far, I have no information to indicate that. I
Yeah,
think
and I
what we're
think you
doing
need
is
some
fine, but
legal advice on this. Is what, not that I don't trust you, but you're not a lawyer. Just what is legal and what's not in this regard. Because we're,
Forgive me for opening this can of worms.
please open up can of worms.
And,
But since you tried to get us straight earlier.
I have in my
Yeah.
former life requested and received legal opinions which allow the chief executive to make these hires
Yeah,
and to make them subsequent to ratification by the board.
Yes.
I don't believe that it is a problem. It's something that we're aware of. I think that the big correction has been that now these people are acknowledged in our board agendas. That is the due diligence piece that we needed, and we have that. But we have to maintain the flexibility and the nimbleness of our chief executive to put people to work when we need them to work. And we'll do our best efforts every time to be able to have the ratification ahead of time. But if it doesn't happen, the case that Trustee Chancellor mentions is probably a 1 in 100,000. And if so, we would probably err on the side of the human being.
I just had really a quick question for the chancellor. I remember it was a couple of months ago, there was a couple of positions that were listed on EdJoin, already listed. And the position announcement was, or not the announcement, but the position itself was coming to the board so we can approve it. And I remember that that was an oversight and it was going to be looked at. And so if you don't have the response right now, it's okay. But if I remember the team was going to look into it because everybody was surprised. I remember because I happened to just be on the site to see our positions that we have there and how long have they been there, just was like a curiosity about HR. And so I had noticed that position, and then I saw when they had come to us that month for approval, and I said, oh, this position's coming to us for approval, but it's already on EdJoin. And when I brought it up at the meeting, I know everybody was going to look into it because they don't know how that was. So that's just something that I was just wondering if we were able to have the team look into it. And so again, I don't need a response right now, but it's something that since we're
Can you
discussing
respond
that.
separately to
Yeah,
that?
yeah, because I'm going to say these are a lot of things we can, I think the real work of today needs to be more
Yeah.
on some other things. I'm glad to
Yeah,
get
but it's
back to
making you
that,
look
so.
at the policy more closely, because obviously you haven't looked at it in a while. And Laura is making a list of all the things on which we have to follow up. Is there anything else in this particular BP that we need to look at before we move to the last one, I think? You scroll down, please, Alex. So you can see there that you are delegating a lot to your church. All right, let's go to the next one, Alex, and I think the final one. And this is the chancellor's relationship with the board. You're selecting and evaluating the chancellor. Comments on this one? Now, second paragraph's important. A lot of boards have trouble with this. I'm sure you don't. The chancellor shall take direction from the trustees only when sitting in a duly held meeting of the board. No individual trustee shall give any direction or instructions to the chancellor. It makes the chancellor schizophrenic. However, that was an editorial comment. However, the provisions of this policy shall not be construed to prevent any trustee from discussing matters of the district with the chancellor. So you give your direction in the meeting.
I think that
everybody can hear that.
I think we really struggled with this the last 3 months over the Oxnard College issue, to be candid. The chancellor said it wasn't ready, didn't want it on the agenda, and the chair demanded that it was on the agenda. And so we really got into some tense times over that.
I didn't understand what you said at first.
That the chancellors didn't want the item on the agenda. It wasn't ready yet. It hadn't gone through the governance process. And so he didn't want it brought up again to be talked about without having gone through the governance process. And the chair insisted and said, as chair, I demand that this be put on the agenda. And I thought that was not appropriate, but it went on the agenda. And I brought out the ACCT book and I brought out the CCLC book on, who sets the agenda. And it is the chancellor, and it is his job to say something's not ready to be on the agenda yet. And so I want clarity on that.
Okay, and you expect me to say something, right?
Yes.
Get me in the middle of something. I don't even know who you're talking. So can you tell me what the issue was?
The issue was designate some reserves for a special initiative at one of our colleges. It was the one that is referred to where it didn't start out right. And so the chancellor was kind of pulling it back, wanted it off agendas until it had gone through the process. And the cure and correct that Trustee Torres referred to was completed. But, you know, it was insisted that while the cure and correct was in process, that it was still brought up on the agendas, which just kept stirring back up the bad feelings in our district between the college presidents, between the board, between the chancellor. And I just wanted to, what I read and clarified was that it isn't up, the chair can't insist, just as the chair, as like, nor
chair-
any
in
other
that
single,
position,
nor
the
any
chair-
other single trustee insist that something is on the agenda.
I don't know a whole lot about it, but just listening, and I'm reluctant to jump into this, but here I go. It's what we've been doing today. Somebody says, these examples we've had where you wanted to move that up to the top. You're the chair, right?
Mhm.
And I said, well, what do people think about it? So we got consensus around moving it up, and everybody said, okay. It sounds to me, if this was happening in a meeting, that should have been done in the same way. Any issue like that, you guys should be agreeing on where it goes, what happens with it.
But if the chancellor says it's not ready yet, it hasn't gone through the governance committees yet, so there's nothing official and new to report. What is as a board, shouldn't we respect the chancellor's authority on that?
I think you should respect what the chancellor says. But I think you still should agree on whether or not you agree with what the chancellor said.
Okay.
That's how I feel about it, because the chancellor the chancellor is your expert, you know, and it's giving you this, and so you want to support that. In most cases, I mean, that's my experience. It doesn't always happen for the chancellor, but you do have the final word as a board.
So I'd like, I didn't think we'd talk about this, but
And I don't want you to talk too long. I'm telling you right now.
okay,
because
I hear you.
Okay.
But I think it's important that we have some clarity on
You
this.
have to respond. Were you that chair?
Oh, I was. So yeah,
All
we're talking about, so a couple things. I had two trustees in my role as chair ask for an item to be on the agenda.
Mhm.
So that's one. I had a chancellor tell me that the committees would be against this item, that it was a bad item, and that he did not support it. I took that and I said, well, I have colleagues on the board. I have a chancellor that is telling me it won't even go through the committees. The committees will shoot it down, who are supposed to be
Committees meaning college district
these
committees?
new enrollment committees that
Okay,
we
district
created.
committees. Okay.
So I was really torn because I'm going, well, how could we shoot something down that they haven't even gone through? And how does that validate these committees? So I'm kind of struggling through that. And here's the third point. We had a college president say, there's urgency on this. If we don't get board direction by December, the plan cannot be
The
fulfilled.
college president, I don't know who it was out of order. Because the college president reports to the chancellor.
I
I had no business in that.
And
conversation.
I agree with you, but I don't have a time machine to go back, and it's
No,
not
you
my
don't have a
job.
time machine, but you don't work with college presidents.
But
you
but
work
hold
with
on,
the
let me
chancellor.
finish. I was very patient to let,
No, you've been good. Go ahead, please. Hurry.
so your role, we all have different roles here, but the 6 of us have roles of trustees. And I did, as chair, have 2 trustees say, we would like this on the agenda. And when I asked for it on the agenda, it was very, very clear. I don't want it to be an action item. That would be an end run. That would circumvent the authority of the chancellor. I just felt obligated to give the 2 trustees and community members that were hammering us in public comment about this plan, just an update of where it was and what we can or should not do.
And you don't have to respond to everything that happens in public comment.
No, I agree. But the clarity I think we need is eventually at some point, it is a board meeting held in the public. Somebody, and I feel that it should be the chair, has to make a decision on
You're a body of the whole.
No, I agree. Okay, so let's take that. If we're a body of the whole, I have 2 trustees plus myself. That's a majority saying
So did
this.
you poll the board?
Yes, he did. I specifically remember he said, like, does anyone have any objection? And I said, like,
In a
I
public
feel-
meeting.
yes, at the meeting in October, he said, like, does anyone have any objection to this? They're like, how do you guys feel? And I remember saying specifically, I said, like, I'm a little uncomfortable having you bring it back without the recommendation of the committees. So, like, and then I asked the chancellor, like, why can't the committees come back to us with a recommendation by December? And then the chancellor spoke, and then we moved on from I
Was the
believe we
student your
moved on.
third?
No,
So anyways, I guess, I think it's rare that I really hope it's rare that we ever have a repeat of something like this.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
hope, because
let's
there
hope.
was another way you could have done that.
Okay, but
You want me to tell you?
well, let me just pose this question. I think potentially there will be a circumstance that perhaps the organization doesn't want something to be discussed at a board meeting or to be placed on the agenda. But the board itself for their board meeting may. And I think that it's this dance and level of unity and trust of how we're going to get there. But at the end of the day,
But the trust has to come in too with the community, because you can say to the community, we are in the process of redoing this. We're doing a thorough whatever. We need you to trust us. We will have this whatever's being done will be completed by such and such a date. And we would appreciate your waiting until that time.
and I'm so
And the
glad you
other
said
way
that.
You could have done it. Yeah.
Because that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted as chair was a
You
timeline.
don't have to ask how high when they say jump.
Sure, no, I get it.
You
but-
have to come back because your job is to protect this district.
Absolutely. And
That's your job. And sometimes you will upset people with that.
of course,
They will not be happy.
no, of course. But I think what you first said is, here's the timeline. And that was the goal as an information item, was to just get a timeline and just to say, here's where we are, here's where we're going.
But he could
And
have
that's
just given you that to you. You could have gone back to these people and given them that information and it would have been over and they would have just had to wait.
What I received was, this is a non-starter. We're not going to do it. That's what I received.
And then you
The
go back to
decision
the
was made.
people and say, we won't have it. We don't know exactly when it'll be done. We know it's coming up soon. And when it does happen, I will let you, you will be the first to know. I mean, there's you got to work with your chancellor. You got to work with your other board members. You got to keep the peace in whatever way you can, maintain the integrity of your district and protect its reputation at all costs. That's your job.
I agree. I agree.
Okay. Where were we? Yeah, that's where we were. Provisions of this policy shall not be construed to prevent any trustee from discussing matters of district with the chancellor. And you were doing that, but it was kind of more in a board meeting than individually. Because as a chair, I'm assuming the chair meets with the board pretty regularly. There's a lot of stuff the chair would talk to the chancellor about without everybody else. It happens that way. You have that door open. So was that our fourth one? That was our last one. Yes. Moving right along. So you had your quiz, but we are not going to be able to go through every single thing today because we're down to time because we got to go through the accreditation ones. So Alex, would you take us to the next link, which is to the standards? And I really want us to go through those. And we have 30 minutes, 33 or 34 minutes. So Alex, can you hear me? Thank you. I can see you can hear me. So what you had to do here, and I had scheduled an hour. We don't have time for a really long conversation on these, but I wanted you to think through them, to think about your current state. These are the questions to which you have to have a response in the accreditation document. There's kind of no in between on these. You either meet it or you don't. You explain why you do or don't meet it. So you've marked yours up. So let's go to number 1. The institution has a governing board. And some of these are just black and white, no gray. The institution has a governing board that has authority over and responsibility for policies to ensure the academic quality, integrity, and effectiveness of the student learning programs and services and the financial stability of the institution. Do you meet that or do you not meet it? Did anybody say you don't meet that one? That one's true, 100%. Number two, the governing board acts as a collective entity. Once the board reaches a decision, all board members act in support of the decision. Did anybody say you did not meet that one? So 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, just quickly, why? Not,
Because sometimes it'll be brought up back again. It'll be brought up again.
okay, yes, same thing. Just keeps coming back. You know, it's a,
Term act to be defined because it says, once the board reaches a decision, all board members act in support of the decision. So act is very subjective. And so I would like to have clarity in terms as a board
okay,
to reach a
as I
consensus.
understand this one, once you make a decision, that's the action there in the first one. Once you make a decision, you're collective on it. No matter what the vote 4-1, 3-2, it passes. No matter what it passes on, you're collective, you're all in agreement. You make the decision and then you're in support. You don't bring it back up. You don't leave the meeting saying, I didn't agree with that. I never wanted that to happen. Too bad you lost on that vote. That's what it means. Just keep
I would-
moving. Go on to the next.
I would
thing.
like examples then for my colleagues, and I think that's important when we're building relational trust, and it might just
Absolutely.
mean we do like a second meeting. But when we're going to respond this, as we're moving forward to the accreditation happening in 2023, then we need to understand when you're going to give a does not meet, then give me supported as to what have you observed.
Okay.
So
because-
so we understand, because perhaps a board member might be acting a certain way that they don't intend it to be that way. And so as we are saying does not meet, we have to also say that what have I
That's-
observed?
That's where I'm going next.
Okay.
All right, so if for this one you wrote, if you said does not meet, why? Can somebody please be willing to give us an example? Okay. But you didn't say does not meet.
Well, the challenge for me with this,
Okay,
okay,
okay.
is so many of our decisions are yearly. So take, for example, I lost on a vote of entertaining a raise of student workers. We pay our student workers minimum wage. I was like, 3 years ago, I'm like, I think we can afford to pay them some more.
Uh-huh.
It didn't pass. Okay,
Okay.
cool. So when does the process of asking questions, because it's going to come up the next year, because it does, we have to approve it because there's
Right,
statutory
right,
increase.
Right.
So I'm not trying to do an end run or, go against that, but I would like to be informed and ask some questions to the root is, can we afford to pay our student workers more?
Okay.
And the question is, I'm not going against a decision already made, but so much of our business is yearly.
Yes,
know,
and things
so
come back.
There's
So-
a gray area. It's like, I'm going to support it. Hey, we pay our workers minimum wage. Okay. But
So every year we know you're gonna vote no on that.
I don't
more
know,
than
but
likely, and
part of my vote is asking some questions like, what would it be our ending fund balance to increase it by a living wage? Can we do that? And some would see that as, hey, we made a decision, we're paying a minimum wage. Okay, but I'm going to
and
ask a
you're
question.
asking the next year, have things improved?
Well, not that approved, but the data, if we can or can't afford it.
Well, I think that's
It's a
kind of
gray area.
I think that's where you would go to your colleagues and you would say, like, this is why I believe X, Y, Z. Why, and you would gather support. I think you would just gather support from your colleagues to try to move that forward rather than every year just say no, voting no on a particular item or coming up with the same talking points. It's trying to gather support to actually move it to be unified and to
Well, the other
work
way to handle
collaboratively,
it is
right?
outside the board meeting, when you know that item's gonna be in the agenda and you know you're gonna have some questions about it, let the chancellor know in advance. He can come in with that item and say, I know that we have a board member who's interested in raising this. He's already done his research and he can explain why the recommendation is as it is. That will save time.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just highlighting that it's a gray area
All
to
right, so
say,
let's hear what the people who said does not meet have to say. Yes, for examples.
Keying off of what trustee Chancellor says, some of these things are cyclical. Some are more permanent and more long lasting. But I think it's incumbent upon this board to follow its own rules and policy and what the accreditation committee would like to see. And that is, until such time as this comes up again, that either indirectly or directly, or any, that you do not show dissension with the board's decision, that you have to support that decision. And there are ways of letting people know that you didn't agree. And all that does is sow distrust. And we have to all be on guard against that. Because there's sometimes when everyone doesn't like the decision that the board
Yeah.
makes.
Yeah.
We have to be very careful because what we say has a lot of power.
Do you have an example, Trustee Mantu?
Not specifically at
Okay.
this particular time, but
Okay.
even if the issue was student wages, that would be one.
Mhm.
I could think like the student grievance policy, it went through review, we voted on the policy, but then we still took it back to policy committee because, we had a trustee. It just, that one, and it's one that was called out in the writing. And then I think we've gotten better. I put an X, like we've gotten better, just to remind myself, I think we've gotten better about this. And so I think we're, to Gabby's point of her word, we're in progress. And I think we're progressing and getting better about this. We were more after negotiations and the change. There was a lot of revisiting about the negotiations and the medical, moving to CalPERS after we had already voted and moved and it was done. But I think we've moved beyond that, and I think that's good work on our board.
Yeah. And the thing about revisiting this stuff is that it's just so time consuming, especially when it happens in meetings, and that gets to the inefficiency. It's done. And to revisit it doesn't help it. And then when things that come back, I think they come back annually. I think it's okay to bring up your issue again, but do some work before it. Consider the time of the people involved and all that. And especially if it's something you're passionate about student salaries, because you really care about that. But can the district afford it? You're told, no, you don't get the votes. Don't eat up all the time.
On
Okay.
January 18th, be ready.
All right. The governing board adheres to a clearly defined policy for selecting and evaluating the CEO of the college and or the district system. Okay. Did anybody put a does not meet on that one? Yay, Alex, that's 5 meets. Okay. Number 4, the governing board is an independent policymaking body that reflects the public interest in the institution's educational quality. It advocates for and defends the institution and protects it from undue influence or political pressure. Do you see how much, that's what I'm talking about. You get this? This is so important. You protect the institution. That is your job. You don't go out there bad-mouthing this district and bad-mouthing your colleagues or any of that stuff. It doesn't, that's what the commission is saying you have to do here. Did anybody put does not meet on that one? 5, Alex. Number 5, the governing board establishes policies consistent with the college district system mission to ensure the quality, integrity, and improvement of student learning programs and services and the resources necessary to support them. The governing board has ultimate responsibility for educational quality, legal matters, and financial integrity and stability. Did anybody place does not meet on that one? Excellent. We got 5s on that, 5 on that one. Number 6, the institution or the governing board publishes the board bylaws and policies specifying the board's size, duties, responsibilities, structure, and operating procedures. Did anybody put does not meet on that one? That's a simple one. All right. Number 7, the governing board acts in a manner. Yes, sir. Number 6, did you put a does not meet on that one? All right, tell us why.
Well, it goes, I've asked for, and I think it can be achieved with a simple global email stating to all employees and students, here's our updated board policies. Please review them. That's it. I think it in the
I
risk
don't know
man.
that fits in this number 7.
So it says the governing board acts in a manner consistent. It says, see, because I don't know that I would agree with this one, but.
Oh,
let's
no,
see.
number 6.
Oh, you on number 6?
Yeah.
The institution publishes the board bylaws and policies specifying, yeah, that's, how could you vote no on that?
It-
You have a policy that says what size your board's supposed to be, what the duties are, what the responsibilities are, what your structure, that's your offices and stuff, and your operating procedures.
Do we publish it though?
You gotta have a board.
It's on the web, it's on the website.
It's on the website, but if we make a change, which we do consistently and constantly.
No, you don't change the size and duties and responsibilities of your board. I don't think you do that.
Oh, is it just on the specific board? I was interpreting
No,
it as on
we're
all
just
board
doing-
policies.
No,
Okay,
we're just
all
talking
right,
about.
I'll switch it
this.
to a meets. I'm sorry.
There you go. I'm glad we're walking through this.
Okay. me too.
Okay. Okay, thank you for being open and let me argue with you. All right, so now we're on number 7. The governing board acts in a manner consistent with its policies and bylaws. The board regularly assesses its policies and bylaws for their effectiveness in fulfilling the college district system mission and revises them as necessary. Okay, did anybody put a does not meet on that one? Okay, we got a problem. Let's see.
Oh, I
who
did too.
shall
Yeah.
speak?
So I was looking at consistent. We haven't been very consistent. And so this is the reason I said does not meet at this current moment is we weren't actually reviewing the regularly policies and bylaws for their effectiveness. So my question that I wrote actually for myself is, how is consistency and regularly determined for us as a board? And how are policies and bylaws measured for effectiveness?
Yes.
And so those are just questions that we need to work on, and perhaps it's going to come through my policy committee to define that, to truly be able to say with no shadow of a doubt to the accreditation team, we do this and we have such a plan, and this is how we're measuring effectiveness of our policies. And perhaps, this with the pandemic, this is by no means a reflection of our district. It's for everyone at the state level. It's been a lot of reopening plans, but I do think that this is one of the areas that because of everything we've been
Okay,
doing,
so
it stopped.
I don't think reopening goes in here.
I'm sorry, I
I
missed
don't
what you.
think reopening, I don't think reopening goes in this one.
Okay,
This
okay.
is just about your current policies and bylaws. And so the accreditation requirement is that you have a regular cycle of review of all your policies every 3 years, every 5 years, or whatever. Do you not have that?
Yes, we have it, and we did vote to extend it by 2 years because we did get behind due to the pandemic. So that we weren't going to get through them in our 5-year cycle. We
So you
extended
made
it by
an
2 years.
adjustment.
Yeah.
So so it says, so you have the regular cycle of review. I'm trying to see here, Trustee Torres. Consistent, so you behave in a manner, do you think that you follow your policies and bylaws? That's the first sentence. Do you follow them? Because we looked at some today on your authority. Would you say you follow your policies and bylaws? Is that part okay with everybody or not?
If you don't mind, I read this quite, we don't have bylaws.
Yeah, but
But we do have
procedures are-
we do have our
administrative
our
procedure.
code of conduct and our ground rules.
And the ones we went over today, your
Yeah,
authority
so
and all
when
that.
I read this question about acts in a manner consistent, that's where I said no, because we don't always adhere to our ground rules. And
Yeah, we talked about
primarily,
that
that's how I
earlier.
answered the question.
Right, so
And
you
we
did
do
a
have-
no
We do
on
have the
this one.
process, as Trustee McKay mentioned, about our policies review. So
Mhm.
I think we're good there.
So you you don't fully meet this one. Trustee Manchu.
Trustee Perez, we do not always consistently follow our own rules. And 2 examples of that were already discussed earlier today.
Yes. So, and our student trustee, how did you vote on that one, Brian?
I also put that we didn't meet it.
All right, so we had,
I put a small X, like we're,
No,
because we
no,
met
no,
one and
no,
we
no,
didn't
no.
meet the other.
all right, let's start over. How many of you said you did not meet number 7? So you said you meet that? Okay, so we had
our student trustee and then 4 trustees to say did not meet. Only 1 meet on that one, Alex. All right, number 8. So you know you've got work to do there, but you do have your regular cycle of review. That's a good thing. So to make this one to be in alignment or to be in good standing on this one, you need to consistently follow your policies, especially, I think it's more around
Ground rules.
Staying in your role and the ground rules, your authority and all that. All right. So it sounds like you're in agreement on that as well. So number 8, to ensure the institution is accomplishing its goals for student success, the governing board regularly reviews key indicators of student learning and achievement and institutional plans for improving academic quality. Okay. Did anybody put does not meet for this one? Okay, we have 2. Let's hear from you. Either of you can go first.
And regularly, so there isn't like something scheduled where we're seeing how students are performing or just in general the information of student learning achievement and institutional plans for improving academic quality. So there are your typical that will come to us equity plans, but not anything that comes to us perhaps quarterly on how does it look like. To go back to Trustee Chancellor's point on AB 705, how does it look like? Vision for success, how is everything looking at, and giving us some of those reports so we have an idea of how things are looking. Those reports haven't really been coming so consistently. There's reasons, because of everything reopening classes. I know that that's not what we're discussing, but it's something that I know it can be very easily fixed. As a matter of fact, Trustee McKay and I, in our vision statement, we went ahead and indicated already actions to meet specifically this standard, because it's not something that's been done out of negligence. It's been more so because there's so many things coming our way. And so part of our vision is to come back to address these accreditations that we need to. So that's why I marked it for now. That is, we're not meeting it, but that's something that we're most definitely going to make sure we meet.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I don't want to make the assumption that the work's not getting done, but I'll give an example.
Okay.
I remember the first year we got the great activity of approving graduates from our colleges. And one takeaway I found, and I think it was unintentional, but that was a data set. It was, our male students were underperforming our female students, specifically males of color. And that was a takeaway for me to acknowledge and say, that's a concern of mine. I'm curious about what we can do to improve this trend that I know is happening nationwide. So, but that's the last I've heard of it, and I want to believe and trust that the work's being done to acknowledge that. I've heard when I visit the colleges, I've seen that, but I think it's important to bring that data specifically to the full board in a strategic, efficient way. And to me, that's why I put it's hard to sometimes ask questions or be curious or advocate based off data that we receive. And then it just kind of, you never hear about it.
Okay. Are there responses from the rest of you who feel that you're getting these key indicators of student learning and achievement regularly?
I feel like we got a great report from Dr. Herrera at the last board meeting. Trustee Torres asked for some disaggregated data in the future. She said we were going to have it. It would be on the dashboard. So it's a new way of seeing it on the dashboard. And we used to have the report card that we used to see. So it's changed over the years, but I feel like we do see the metrics and how students are improving. And I think that just maybe with a little bit of patience, Dr. Herrera is setting up a new way for us to see it. And
Okay.
so.
Yeah, I would echo what Trustee McKay said. It's in progress, and I have faith that it'll come online relatively soon. And I've only been on the board for 3 months, but just last month I received something, so that's why I said yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, I want to make better use of the dashboard myself, just to stay current on the work that is being done, because I'm glad to hear Trustee Chancellor that he trusts that it is getting done, and it is. So I just want to make more regular use of the dashboard. But also, this does point out the value of the various written reports that we get from the colleges, because some of the stories that are in those reports humanize the data on these measures. So, but then that creates a tension of, okay, do we just accept that we've read the reports, or do we want the verbal report from the colleges also, which takes up time? It's not inefficient necessarily, but it takes up time. So there's that.
My
Push, pull.
suggestion, yeah, on this, and I know that Dr. Herrera is fairly new in the position, is that I don't know what your board goals are, but that's the connection I'm not able to make here, because I don't know what your goals are. But in your board goals, you should have an activity around reviewing student achievement, and then you should say how often or whatever, so
I
that,
think that's
so
what,
that regular is defined.
I think that's what Trustee Torres and I put in one of our things, was that quarterly we would hear from each department and have it on a calendar so that
Yeah.
we would know when that was going to be. And it was kind of why we did
Yeah.
that.
But I think you need to check with your institutional effectiveness first to see if quarterly, you know,
Yeah.
what happens in a quarter.
Yeah.
In
And
a
that may
quarter,
not be
there's
right.
gonna be any achievement in a quarter, because they gotta finish a semester to get a grade,
Right.
you know, before you can see how they advance, but other data. But establish what regular means for your district.
Yeah. Point taken.
Yes.
But that was the point, was to have a
Yes.
regular report.
Excellent. Number 9, the governing board has an ongoing training program for board development, including new member orientation. It has a mechanism for providing for continuity of board membership and staggered terms of office. So, did anybody who does not meet for that one? Excellent. Number 10, board policies and/or bylaws clearly establish a process for board evaluation. The evaluation assesses the board's effectiveness in promoting and sustaining academic quality and institutional effectiveness. The governing board regularly evaluates its practices and performance, including full participation in board training, and makes public the results. The results are used to improve board performance, academic quality, and institutional effectiveness. Did anyone does not meet for that one? Okay, your chair did. You want to talk to us about it?
Well, I tried something new this year. I've been on the ad hoc board self-evaluation committee for a long time. And there was some dissatisfaction with what we had been doing from the board. So I tried something different that I got from Rita Cepeda. It's at the end of each board meeting, we rate ourselves, but because our board meetings go so long, we're tired. We do the rating, but we don't discuss. We don't discuss why someone rated it a 3 or a 5. And the whole point is to have a robust discussion as well as the rating. And you and I discussed that a little when we
Yes.
spoke. So I know Dr. Gillespie gave me a new tool to consider that kind of forces the discussion piece. And I think that, because I think what we're doing right now is not going to meet the standard.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe, I think it will meet the standard very weakly.
Do you conduct a self-evaluation every year?
We do a self-evaluation every year based upon our board goals,
Okay.
but not based upon our board performance, like
Okay,
our,
Yeah, you should probably, the league has a bank of questions on board effectiveness.
right. And so I just think we need to revisit it.
Okay.
We're working on it. It's in
But
progress.
nobody else feels the way you do about that one.
I'm hard on myself. It's my thing.
All right, maybe you've been a little too hard on yourself. Number 11, I divided 11 into its various parts. The governing board upholds a code of ethics and conflict of interest policy, and individual board members adhere to the code. Any does not meet on that one. Okay, why did you say so, Trustee Mantu?
We have discussed before with regard to the additional resources provided to Oxnard College and how it was brought forward, clearly indicated that board members had breached what I believe to be the code of ethics in not being transparent with the chancellor about the development of that proposal and working directly with the college president on that behind the scenes without board knowledge until it was foisted upon us. And now it has been corrected, and I credit the chancellor with insisting upon that correction, as well as Vice Chair at the time, McKay, said, wait, hold on, we're not voting on this. This has not been vetted right and it wasn't done the right way. It was an
Okay.
end run.
Mhm.
It was a great proposal. We all ultimately supported it. But it was
And then
not
the
ethically
how.
done.
The how.
And
Dr. Beck,
hopefully we've learned a big lesson from that.
Okay.
I'd like to,
Okay,
I've been silent on this topic when it's been brought up earlier in the day. But I think based on what you just said, Stan, I need to respond. And before I do say that, I think this whole question of the major initiatives line item deserves its own study session, a review of what happened and how and why. Because ultimately, I think we did end up all in a good place. But as somebody said earlier, change does not come easily without tension or conflict or controversy. In this case, certainly proved that. But I take offense to the fact that this was an end run because, and without the chancellor's notice, because as I explained in our public meeting, the topic had come up before during the budget setting process about this particular major initiatives line item. And there were comments about what could be done or what a college could do to help enrollment. And so I approached President Sanchez and said, what do you mean by this? What are you talking about? And I did let Chancellor Gillespie, I don't know if I let you know before the meeting or after the meeting, but it was done not undercover. And then ultimately, Trustee Torres and I had a meeting with President Sanchez, and we considered what's the best way to bring this idea forward. And it was in response to an agenda item of the board meeting in conjunction with the budget setting process about what are the trustees' comments, ideas, suggestions for the budget. So it was not done undercover. It was not done as an end run. It was not done with any acting in a unilateral manner because we did bring it before the full board. And so I just needed to say that.
Okay, and I would like to follow up because it's interesting, and this goes back to what was in the report. A decision has already been made, and yet the Oxnard College keeps on coming back. And so I think it needs to really be addressed because it's going to continue. And so we need to move forward because a decision was made. People had the option to say, no, I don't vote. I don't agree with it because of the way it was conducted. Because that's important, because otherwise, if you give a vote of a yes, you're going to continue now saying the ethics of it, then you're not fully supporting it. So I think as a board, it's important to be able to own our individual vote. Otherwise, it's going to come up because you were in agreement. Nobody forced anybody on anyone. I have given plenty of votes at times when it's a no because I don't believe in it. And that's it. I don't go and vote yes on something and then come back, it was forced upon me. No. And so I want to say that's one of the things I wanted to address. The other point is, when I made the motion, it was the motion based on past practice. When it came in March, you were still not in the board. So in March of 2020, we were discussing COVID. We were discussing the implications. What did this mean? At that moment, Trustee McKay said, our colleges are going to need money. So out of reserves, this pulled $2 million. And so we said, okay, there was no preparation, anything. And because it was coming from a good place, all of us were responding to a good place. We did that. It was nothing on the agenda, but we went ahead and did it. There was no question about it. So when I made a motion, it was a motion based on, we were discussing, again, the impact of COVID in terms of our colleges. We've been discussing equity. We had numerous times spent telling our colleges, if you need any funding, please come and let us know because we will support you. And so when, again,
Who constitutes this we you're referring to?
the board. So this is during public board meetings. So all of this is in public board meetings. Everybody can go back and see this and it's live. We had been asking our colleges, we want to support you. Please let us know. So at that moment, I made a motion and I said, okay, to fund, 1.5 out of reserves. And this is what it looks like. And so I did it based on what I had seen happen in the past. Now, at that time, when that happened, all of a sudden, this whole story came about to me behind the scenes. All of this happened, and this is what's occurring. And two trustees. None of it was true. Now, we did go ahead and explain it. So all of the explanation, this is publicly also live. However, interestingly, in documents, that's not mentioned at all. All that it's mentioned is two trustees met behind the scenes with this president, or they didn't say the president, but with district leaders. And they went ahead and they did this. And they're swaying other trustees. If you read the report, trusting other trustees. And it portrays something that we're not. And so when this came about, when I realized, oh, this is a process, we talked about a major initiatives island. When you look at our budget narrative, our budget says that the committee many times has changed the allocation model because they're looking for equity, because the one we had before wasn't in the best interest of a certain college. So the committee, through the participatory governance process, was making changes. So when Trustee Perez said, let's look at this major initiatives line item in our budget, because perhaps we can fund money through here, it's all been dialogue. I made the motion in September. I made the recommendation to move the Oxnard College proposal through the participatory governance process, because I did not want this to be interpreted as something that was led by a trustee, or that, no. And so that's how, and so you see the story of really how it came about. But as I'm sitting here today and listening to some of the comments of trustees, reading also a report, that part of the story isn't reflected. When the ICER report, the first version came up that was presented to us, that's in September. There hasn't been another version where that talks about how other things were done differently. And so my hope is that when we make a decision as a board, we support all decisions, not only some, because there's some decisions that we say board members keep on going back, but it depends who the board member is. And so my hope is that as we move forward, when you vote yes, support your yes.
Yes.
Don't question it. If you're not an
So-
approval, say no. If you feel pressure, nobody should pressure you for a vote.
Well, it seems that it passed, and today is a day of reflection. And I think that's why it had to come up, if you voting on this, and I'm asking people to talk about these things. So it is my hope that this is the last day that will be brought up. And we're not revisiting this thing, because we had it, something we just had said that we don't, when you were rating yourselves, that we don't revisit these things. Well, this is one, it seems to me from listening, you've learned something from it. And it's time to move on. It had to come up today because we're reflecting and saying, did we meet these things? And I'm asking you for examples. And that was the example. Now, it seems though, is that for over the last year or so, it's the only example you have for not meeting this particular standard. Is that correct?
For the, which was this?
This is the one on the code of, the governing board upholds the code of
11A.
ethics and conflict of interest. Yeah, 11A. Thank you.
When
Are there other
I
areas?
was vice chair, I had a whistleblowing complaint about code of ethics, based upon how the chair was treating the chancellor in public meetings, and we did what needed to be done with that. Except for, I guess the one complaint that came back was that
When you
this
answered
was
these, you wanted-
never dealt with. It was never dealt with in public, that it was completed.
When you deal with these, you want to tell the truth, because they're going to come in and ask questions. And sometimes people get the whole, Greg knows this, a visiting team will come and people send them stuff in advance and say, they didn't put this in the report, but blah, 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 blah. You know, so you have to be prepared for all kinds of things. That's why I said, so if you got one big thing that happened and everything else is kind of okay, it's not as bad as it could be, I guess. But you have to tell the truth about it.
Yeah, just to close out that last issue, I've never spoken negatively about the decision to move forward with Oxnard, and only because you had asked this question when
Right,
I brought this up,
right.
not bringing it up to cast aspersions. And I respect your explanation, Trustee Perez, but the perception is much different.
Yeah.
And we learn from that.
Understood, and I guess words are important, and I objected not so much to your questioning, and I'm not saying your questioning, but we can still learn from the experience.
Right.
I think, and maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not, to try to set some time aside and drill deeper into the whole experience to better learn from it. My main objection was, if I heard correctly, when ethical behavior was called into question. That's what I mainly objected to.
And the one thing I have, it's been said many times about the emergency meeting that we had when we were going into COVID. And I said, won't the colleges need some money? And that was kind of a similar thing. I guess I saw them as very different. One was an absolute emergency. We had no idea whether that there was going to be a CARES Act, much less CARES Act 2 and 3, that would provide for our colleges. And we were at an emergency meeting and giving the chancellor some authority to deal with things on an emergency basis. And then I thought it struck me while we were sitting there that resources maybe need to be attached to that. We're having an emergency meeting, and rather than having another emergency meeting, it was part of the emergency was to put some resources towards whatever might be needed. And I don't see that as the same as something planning a major initiative and bringing that forward. I guess the one was an emergency and one was not.
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, and I don't want to spend a lot more time on it either, but I think Dr. Benjamin, just so you're aware, I had a college president who made a specific request to 2 trustees that they needed $1.5 million for their college over the next 3 years to add 100 more sections of classes to better serve their community. Now, I needed that to come through Chancellor's cabinet and through our processes, because you cannot have, whether it's a community member or an employee, going right to trustees. And then what happened is, Trustee Torres came to the board meeting and made the motion. And I hadn't talked about it with other presidents yet. I was aware that the board was interested in funding a major initiatives line item, but at that board meeting, I did say, I'm not ready to say anything about that. We haven't even
Was this the
talked
same thing
about
we were
it.
just
So,
talking about?
so of course, the other presidents are, it's damaged the relationships among
Absolutely.
our team.
Yeah.
And that's still there. I mean, we're working through it. And I did send it back through the governance, but the politics influence what the committees do. I have to tell you that, because they know what outcome needed to have happen.
Yeah,
So
I can
it
see
did,
why
but it
went the way it did.
it was
that case.
not the way to have things happen. Now, Oxnard has the money. They don't even, maybe they can add 100 sections in the coming year, maybe not. Right now,
Well, they have to have students.
right now,
the
they have to
productivity
have
would
students.
probably
Right now,
be
all of
so
our
low.
colleges are down more than 100 sections each, and they have the money to offer those. So they may have to delay implementing that a whole year or 2 years. Who knows? So Trustee Chancellor was correct. I didn't think it was a good idea at the time, but
Well, that's,
politics of
that
it
goes back
forced
to
it
my
through.
example from at the beginning where I said you can't have 5 chancellors. And in that case, you had 3. That's how it looks to me. You get what you got, and you know what your intentions were, but people looking at that, favoritism, board member, I wasn't here, but I can just imagine how that
Yeah.
played.
Yeah,
And it'll be a long time before people forget it, and they'll remember it the way they remember it.
the idea of a major initiatives line item, having that discussion and the board agreeing to fund $1.5 million for the colleges to apply for on an equal basis to try to fund something new, fine, but again, it became a very specific, and I can't have 3 presidents each coming to a board member or through anything else asking for resources.
Well, they report to you.
Right.
Okay, moving right along. 11B, the board has a clearly defined policy for dealing with behavior that violates its code of ethics. Did anybody put does not meet on that one?
I just have a
'Cause
question.
that's just a statement of fact. Do you have it? Yes.
I just had a question, a point of clarification for clearly defined policy for dealing with. So we do have a board policy on this. It's on all of 11. It covers all of it. It's board policy 2715.
Right.
That's our ethics and like standard practice
Right.
policy. My question is, it references that if a trustee, breaks the ethics, that there'll be censured, possibility of being stripped of the chairmanship or the vice chairmanship, but it doesn't say how that process goes about. Does that matter to meet the standard? So it doesn't say, for example, like there'll be a report or there'll be an ad hoc committee to
It
investigate.
doesn't have to have all those. I think you'll be
Okay.
fine.
And I believe it, there is somewhere that it
I
does
think it is
because
in there.
this
Everybody
was
has
what we got put on probation for as not having. And so we worked really hard I was on the ad hoc committee to get us off probation and we worked really hard to get those things in place. So we didn't have teeth in
It's a
it. So we
5,
put it
Alex.
there. So there is a process. I'll just help you find it.
All right, thank you. But other
Okay.
than that,
It's
we need
good.
it. Yeah.
All right, so that was cut back.
Dr.
Yes.
Benjamin, just as a reminder, at the end of the sentence, it says, and implements it when necessary.
Well, have you received any complaints and did you follow up?
Just that is a critical piece of this. You
Right.
can have all the policies in the world, but if they're not being adhered to, or we're not calling out when they need to be, then we're falling short of our duty.
Absolutely. So if you get complaints, you have to follow through on the process and often, well, anyway. C, a majority of the board members have no employment, family ownership, or other personal financial interests in the institution. Did anybody put does not meet on that one? Okay, we're good. That's 5 on B and C, Alex. And then D, board member interests are disclosed and do not interfere. That's your Form 700. Did anybody put it does not meet on that one? Okay, we're good. Number 12, the governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement and administer board policies without board interference and holds the CEO accountable for the operation of the district system or college respectively. Did anybody put a does not meet on that one? Okay, why? Trustee Paris.
I can't cite any specific instance other than some that have been reported earlier about how there's been references to micromanagement or delving into operations. But unless I've misread this question, and it may not apply.
Are you changing your does not meet to a meet?
Well, we do delegate that responsibility.
Yeah, no, that's fine. All right, so 4-1, we understand your reservation because we talked about it, but I
Yeah.
think you're getting better.
Yeah.
Okay, and 13, finally, the governing board is informed about the eligibility requirements, accreditation standards, and you've gotten training on all that. Did anybody put a does not meet on that one? Okay, you want to tell us, and so did Trustee McKay. So Trustee Torres?
See the vice president of the ACCJC come
Mhm.
for a meeting, but just to address the same standards that have to do with board governance. But I don't feel like the actual process itself, like thoroughly to take the time of how does it work, what does it mean, to all these other things that we're responsible for, that I, for myself, don't necessarily have that
You know,
information.
So, but you haven't had any orientation about the visit and when they're coming and what happens, that part of it, you mean?
Not the details. So I just know that there's a calendar with the different dates that the committee, the accreditation committee at the district level is meeting. But in terms of what that business looks like, what did they look at for all of our
Okay.
documents to meet accreditation for our colleges, all of that I'm unaware of.
Okay, okay. Well, then seems to be some work to be done there.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Benjamin, I just wanted to echo what Trustee Torres says. I feel like we know the gist of it, and Catherine Webb, she's our California rep for
Yes.
ACCJC, and
Yes,
she came during one of the meetings. I wasn't on the board, I was in the audience, but I remember her coming in and I took notes. But I think having something more in depth, maybe if the chair and the vice chair could set that up, I think that would be much appreciated.
okay, as you get closer to your visit.
Yeah, I was
I'm
gonna
sure
say,
that's gonna happen.
From my experience in the past is when you get closer to the visit, we talk about what questions they may ask, especially based on the self-study. We've all read them all. And then what are the questions that they may be asking the board? And based on the committees that you're on, as the committee chair, you'll be asked, maybe specific questions about the committee, the policy committee or whatever it might be. But it does usually come closer to the visit.
Okay.
Trustee McKay, but I would just say, because there's a majority of the board members, that would be Trustee Matthews, Trustee Chancellor, and Trustee Torres, who haven't got through that process before, it might be helpful to do it a little earlier, rather than, a year or a couple of months before they come. So
Noted.
What is the date of the visit? Do you know yet?
Three.
Okay, you got time.
Yeah.
All right, well, yes.
Dr. Benjamin, I realized that in the interest of time, there was a piece that you were forced to abandon.
I know.
I just want to make a comment about that.
And I have a plan for that, but go ahead.
When I began looking at this and I started trying to figure out where I would put a B and where I would put a P, it didn't take very long before I began to realize that a B and a P go together on so many.
So many,
of
I
these.
know that we were gonna walk through. So what I want to do is, go ahead.
And the reason I mention it is because even though we may not be able to spend a lot of time on it, I feel that it was hopefully a very instructive tool for all of us to understand the interrelationship and codependence we need to have with our chancellor
It is
in this
not,
organization.
right. I have used the word relationship, but this relationship between the board and the chancellor is a partnership. It's really, it goes beyond that. It's a partnership. You're working together to move the organization to completing its mission. So in these few minutes remaining, we're going to talk about this awesome responsibility you have coming up. It's exciting. You get to choose a chancellor. It's your that person will be your one employee, and you own this process. It's yours. You want to make sure it's good. And I'm not sure, Dr. Narcissa Polonia, who's your consultant for the search, I talked with her this week and I asked her, what she wanted us to do. And she said, well, just let them brainstorm what they'd like to see in a chancellor. And that's what we're going to do. And I want to be, okay. Oh, good. She can run this part and I can take notes. But as she's coming, I do want to say that I served as chancellor for 11.5 years of a 3-college district, much like this one. And I learned a huge amount, I tell you, and I was a college president before then. That's why I can make comments about what a college president ought to do, because I've been one who reported to a chancellor. But what you have to think about, I think one of the things you think about, lots you have to think about, but when you get a new chancellor, this job, chancellor's job, is a hard job. I'm just telling you from experience. Just imagine. So you're in an office like this, you've got people in the office you have responsibility for, you got a large community. In this case, you've got 3 colleges, each one has a president, they all report to you, in addition to all the people at the district office who report to you. And then in this case, you have 5 board members whose needs you have to satisfy. And so you have to be very mindful. If you choose someone who is from out of the area, you need to think about that. This person is moving to a place that will be new to him or her or them. This person will have to acclimate to not only a new job and learn a whole lot of new names, but also to a new community and organizations and all of that. And so you have to be very mindful of all the things all the adjustments that this individual will have to make when he or she comes in. If you choose somebody internally, it's a little easier on that person. They don't have to learn so much. But if you choose somebody from outside, man, it's a lot. And so I'm asking you in advance, if you do that, you have to be empathetic to that person and then let's bring in the family piece. If they are married, have children, the family has to acclimate. There are adjustments that have to be made in the home. And if you got teenagers, oh my God, I had that. And you're bringing them, so you're dealing with all the things in the college. You got your family issues you have to do. I'm just wanting to put all of that on your mind as you're thinking about this, and you have to consider all of this when you're bringing somebody into a new environment. And so we're just going to brainstorm a list for about the next 10 or so minutes.
Dr. Benjamin,
Yes, oh, Narcissa's here now.
I did want to say to my fellow trustees that there are, just to move this along, we are a little bit behind off the timeline that we had set, that Vice Chair Mantooth and I will act as an ad hoc committee on the search. And that is not to make decisions about the new chancellor, but just decisions to move things along, like perhaps approve dates for community meetings after, if everyone said yes, to just try and convene the board, full board for, things. It's just going to take too long. So hopefully we can get through some things today. We'll get through some things in our planning meeting. But with it, even when I'm going to be gone for next Tuesday for the week, then Narcissa is going to work with Vice Chair Mantooth just to make things, if this doesn't move, and she'll help tell us. I mean, she lit a fire under us. If we don't keep things moving, we are not going to make our timeline. So it is with all due respect, we will try to make everything as much as we can a full body decision, but there just are sometimes that decisions are going to have to be made quickly, and hopefully they're just the perfunctory ones, and we will make them as judiciously and carefully as we can and let you know right away.
I think as we're moving in this relational trust, here you are, Chair, Trustee Mantooth, Vice Chair, just elected in December. And now we're coming to this meeting and I'm hearing that a decision was made that the Chair and the Vice Chair are also going to sit in this search, take on the work of the new Chancellor without first really taking our perspective. Is this something, this is what we recommend? What do you think? We're looking at it because of this timeline, and we're coming to a meeting now to find out that we already know who are the members that are going to sit in our one as a board. Is that correct?
No, we're not sitting in on anything.
But you said that there's going to be an ad hoc committee that's going to look at the dates, and just a conversation. It's just the inclusivity of saying this is what we're thinking. This is the information to go on the timeline. We're recommending this, and we wanted to get your input. And I can probably say, you know what? Yeah, I think this sounds really good. I understand we have to move fast. You know what? I can't do this. And that, or maybe is there an interest on the board? Any member who would like to sit on this ad hoc committee? Perhaps I might not even say I'm interested, but at least I was included in the conversation. And I'm not coming to a meeting again. I was just told that I have to be here at 4:30. Now I'm coming to this meeting to be told that a decision was made that these two board members are going to be the ones sitting and having the conversation with Narcissa, and then I'm setting dates without even having a discussion with the 5 board members if this is where we want to go. And so as we just spent about the last 5 hours talking about relational trust, these are the types of things that break that relationship because we were not part of the process. And so I think if we're going to move forward with an ad hoc committee because of time sensitivity, then it's a decision we make as a board and say, ideally, it would have been good for all 5, but based on timelines, we need to go with just an ad hoc. Are we all in agreement? And if so, who's going to be in this committee? And then we make that decision and we move forward and we step out of this room with the decision made, but not as I was just told who's going to sit in it, because we're 5 members. We have the same responsibility. And so I just wanted to make sure that was pointed out because this is a very important task and I'm feeling not part of it.
Could we?
You want to respond to that, Trustee McKay?
I just want to say that it is the chair's responsibility to assign committees. And so, we had to meet with Narcissa and deal with, when the contract was finished, to even invite her for today. So that there was not any stop in the flow of the timeline, knowing that I was going to be gone for a week. Then, so Vice Chair Mantooth, I invited him to be on that initial phone call. We needed to have a phone call after the contract was signed. This is not like decisions are going to be made. It is just to keep things moving.
What does the consultant recommend?
That we have an ad hoc committee to keep things moving.
So that came from her.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I think, like I mentioned before, just a conversation, because I remember when the decision was made to hire Narcissa's firm, I know that Vice Chair Mantooth was going to be part of that conversation because it was mentioned on that phone call, which made sense because it would have, I believe it happened that week or the next week. And so I was aware of it. We left. That's not a problem. We were all part of the process. It's more of now there's this ad hoc committee. And so now we have already the members part of the ad hoc committee. And I just want to make sure that as we move forward, Narcissa's here, we have precious time. As much as we're committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, inclusivity is part of this. let me talk to all the board members. This is a direction. and
Okay, I
go.
think we got your point, like triple
Okay, I
time.
just want to,
Just let me,
sometimes it's not heard.
no, and you've grown accustomed to repeating yourself. I'm trying to make sure you heard. So you heard what she said. Are you open to making any adjustments for that reason, for the reason of inclusivity? If you add another if it's ad hoc and you got 3 people, you got to have a real meet. I mean, you got to.
And Narcissa's on the East Coast. And so we've already, we have to meet in the center of the day. So if someone else wants, so anyway,
invite
no,
somebody
she's
else?
saying no,
I don't sleep. Don't worry about me.
okay.
Oh, no. I'm just giving you an opportunity to respond and include another person, just so we don't get off to a bad start.
I
Would you be willing to do that?
Of course.
Just open it up if somebody else wants to.
yeah, I've been through 2 chancellor searches. I'm not, I am open to having somebody else do this.
I have a comment.
Yes.
My recommendation would be to have special meetings, and who can show, can show. I
But
think
with
that
the
this,
search, I think that you gotta have consistency. You gotta have
I
the same
agree.
people.
But I think the theme should be, this is our one hire. This is the most important job that we have to do.
Right,
As many trustees should be part of the process
but
as
whoever's
possible.
in that first one, they gotta go through all of them. When you miss one, you're out.
No, this isn't the search. This isn't the search committee to
Oh.
be on the selection
Okay.
committee. Oh my goodness, no, this is like perfunctory details. We need to, here's some, here's the calendar. Can you get that out to people? And most of it will be done with staff, not with us.
I understand. I just think
I
sometimes
agree with you.
those details,
I absolutely agree with you.
Okay.
Most of it should be done by.
I just think some of those little details, like a community forum, where is it going to be? Will the ad hoc committee decide that, or the full board?
Well, the state
could we-
decided it. They're all going to be by Zoom.
No, I know that, but can we get
So that
to?
made
No,
it-
but
that
you
made it
mean
more
like the
simple, but
time
that
and
was-
our days and all that kind of
It's
stuff.
just detail. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just keep it holistic and or big picture and just say as much involvement by the full board as possible. I think it's important.
I agree.
Yes, okay. Agreed there. So why don't we set it up, this part of it, so anybody who wants to come can come. You poll people to see when they can meet, and the ones who can come.
Agreed.
Would that work for you? Is that better, trustee Torres? I just don't want you to start like this, because what you're gonna do, you're gonna come back to this. Well, I was never included at the beginning and whatever. Let's just include everybody.
I'm-
Inclusivity is your theme here.
Yep.
Okay, you got it? All right, Narcissa, I am taking notes. It's all yours. Hi there.
Hello, everybody. It's been a wonderful day listening to all of you all day long. I want you to know that my family has not been allowed to come to visit with me at all day today, because I wanted to make sure I paid attention to everything that was going on. And Helen is absolutely marvelous. I think she's done an incredible job with all of you today. Let me assure you that if we're going to meet the timeline that you want, there are going to be 3 critical months. That's February, March, and April, which means that by February, beginning of February, we have to have a profile ready. So during the rest of the month, we will be hosting listening sessions. Whenever you meet, we'll also discuss what's going on in the search. But you have 3 campuses, you have multiple constituencies. We have to move forward with the staff to arrange all of those. My discussion with the 2 trustees had nothing to do with setting up all of those sessions for the colleges. The colleges will be able to provide feedback and help with the organization of all of those listening sessions. So the college has the right to be able to meet and provide input. Any trustee who wants to participate in any of those listening sessions can also do it. So it's transparent and it's wide open. But we have whatever's left in January to conduct all those listening sessions, give everybody enough time to prepare, at least 2 weeks notice for the whole college to know that this is going to happen, because they also have busy schedules. So for the next couple of weeks, it's going to be difficult to put all these things in places. So therefore, understand that I go into this trusting your staff, trusting the president, trusting everybody. They also want to be engaged and involved. The board can attend any session that's scheduled. Does that help everybody?
They said yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's going to be critical. So my initial focus is I got to get a profile. For me to start a profile, I always like to start with the board and say, all right, let's do some brainstorming. What are the ideal characteristics of the next chancellor? What are the priorities that you want that individual to focus on? What are your core values that are important to you? So I listen throughout the day and I will go over those notes that I took with Helen to make sure that we extrapolate things you said throughout the day. But more important, if I'm putting together a profile that is put together for the candidates who may be interested and for your search committee to follow, what we put in the profile is the criteria that the search committee will use. I really need to hear from you. 3 areas: challenges and opportunities, ideal qualifications, and important items that you want them to focus on. And we can do those in any order. We can just brainstorm, say whatever you want to do, and I'll figure out where it fits. But it's important for the board to have the first opportunity, and that way the whole campus can listen and react to what you're saying, but also add to it. Is that helpful?
Yes, thanks, Narcissa. This is Greg here. So real quick, Helen needs to take off to catch her flight, but really appreciate Dr. Benjamin, your work with the board in preparation for this meeting, as well as for all of the discussion today. And we'll be talking more, right away this next week about follow-up steps.
I want your homework. Would you give it to me if you did it?
Sure.
And I'm gonna grade it. I'm joking. But I'm gonna compile it so you can see what you did, and I'll put notes with my suggestions on whether I think you're right or wrong. And I like what you said, Trustee Mantooth, about B and P.
I tried not to do too many.
You want our
doubles.
names on them?
Please. Oh, okay. Here you go. I canceled my appointment. Sure.
Thank you. Good to see you.
My final activity is to have you give me one word that typifies what happened for the day, but you don't get to do that.
I think I'm going to pick Trustee Torres's word from the beginning is progress.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah, and Narcissa, we'll need to stop at 3 o'clock. So you have a half hour with the board here.
Okay, all
to
right.
talk
And
about that.
right now, I only want to hear from trustees. All right, the trustees, we have to prepare a profile. What do you see as the priorities that you want to share with potential candidates? And could the chair of the board just point to different trustees so we can just do it, start with whoever is sitting as close to the person writing on the board, and let's go around the U shape.
All right, I have great faith that our student trustee is well prepared for this. So we'll start with Trustee Rodriguez.
And before you start, Narcissa, I just wanted you'd explain to them what you mean by priorities. That's the things the chancellor should be doing, right? Or the challenge, tell them what priorities means.
Okay, remember this document will be reviewed by the search committee and use it to guide what the search committee will be looking for. It's also a document that will be read by potential candidates. So for the chancellor's role as your one employee, what are the priorities for the district that you want that individual to focus on? What are you trying to achieve?
I would like if our student trustee Brian to actually be a voice under the student section. I know you're going to be also perhaps getting perspectives from students. And I know right now, this is for the trustees where you get the 5 elected trustees to be able to provide input. And I believe Brian's input would be very valuable when he speaks on behalf of students, because there is going to be a forum for students. Is that correct? Where students can give input as well, or there isn't?
May I say respectfully, can we hear from each trustees? Let's move forward. There's a whole process that we're going to follow, and we're going to make sure we hear from everybody. And everybody will be invited to every session. I promise.
I'm sorry, I was just saying because Brian Rodriguez is a student trustee. He's not a trustee elected. So there's 5 trustees that are there's 5 trustees, and student trustee Brian Rodriguez is a student trustee that represents the students. And so I was recommending if his input would be better suited when you captured this on behalf of students, because are you just wanting to get the trustees, the elected trustees? Because there's only 5.
He is an advisory trustee.
Okay, so that's fine. That's fine.
So I guess this one would fall under the challenges and opportunities. The thing that kind of comes to mind is expanding services in the Santa Clara River Valley. I think that has been something that the board expressed recently. So that's something that I have. And then qualities, I would just want like patience, ability to work with multiple different stakeholders, and what was the other? Sorry.
Don't worry, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, you come back.
As you hear from other trustees, you may want to embellish. So let's just do the first cycle, okay?
Trustee Perez.
Just real quickly, sustainability is going to be important. How are we going to sustain the district and the colleges? And one response to that might be an opportunity of establishing new community partnerships, such as with Ventura County Community Foundation or other potential donor sources to help with sustainability.
Perfect. Thank you.
Trustee Torres.
Who understands the academic perspective, who has DEIJ, diversity, equity, inclusivity, and justice, and understand how that looks like within the colleges in all areas in terms of the systems that has understands policy, that is able to give us directions in building policy and that guidance, that really understands policies that need to be coming forward to us, the ones that need to truly be updated, that has that knowledge, who's collaborative, who's able to work with trustees and relationships, and who really has a deep understanding of working with underrepresented communities and what that means. And diversity is huge because it's going to be coming to a county that is very diverse. And so Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura are very different. And so it's a chancellor who would be able to work very well. Great communication skills, great ability to work with different constituents, different stakeholders, and most importantly, be able to listen and to really understand us as a board, but also be willing to get to know us individually and to, and that would be some of the priorities that I would say in terms of looking in terms of qualities for a candidate coming to our district.
Perfect. Thank you.
Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. I I don't know how to phrase it, so I'll just say it, but I'm okay, good. I'm eager to know where the areas of growth are in our district and to have someone be able to identify that and develop a plan to move us forward.
Ooh, yeah,
Ooh.
you're talking about somebody who understands population trends and how best to address those, and data driven or data informed. Does that help?
Yeah, and I think what echoes that is communication. So that would be mine. And
Good.
apologies, we had a 2:30 end time, and I know stuff goes longer, but I got some daycare stuff, so I'm gonna duck out in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Trustee Matthews.
Particularly in times like this, we need someone who can not only embrace change, but effect change. In other words, get it done. It's been mentioned before that often whenever there's a problem, one of the biggest roots is a lack of effective communication. This person must be a great communicator. And also someone who is able, as Trustee Torres said, to work with disparate groups and underserved populations to build consensus. Someone who can bring groups together, including this board.
Excellent, thank you.
But push on you guys a little bit. We didn't talk about, we want them to have California community college experience or just community college experience or education experience? Where do we fall on that? Anyone? Josh, why don't you go since you're gonna get out of here?
I would, education experience is important to me.
Classroom, or could they come up through business services? Try and get as specific as you can if you can at this time.
At this time, it's education experience. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Other qualifications, according to the code, the minimum qualification is a master's degree. That's California, but you could have preferred qualifications that go beyond that. So think about the specific experience and credentials that you would like this person to have.
Is a PhD or EDD important?
Preferred for me.
Okay.
For me as well.
And that's as much as you can put in California. It's preferred, okay? Other specific experience, urban, multi-campus, working with similar communities. Yes, go
You
ahead.
probably, my mic was off and I didn't realize that. What I shared was, I think we added California community college experience, but I also said that I wasn't opposed to someone who maybe necessarily didn't have the teaching experience in the classroom, but they have other experience in the California community college that can demonstrate leadership and being able to lead our district, because what I have seen so far, it's a lot in the budgeting, it's a lot in relationships, HR. And so it's really that they're visionaries. I'm looking for a visionary and concrete examples of their vision and being able to bring communities together and really empower and uplift their district to move forward. So I'm open to others that might have experience in business wanting to apply for the position. And so I wanted to make sure I was including candidates, good candidates, and not necessarily disqualify potential good candidates for us.
And I'll just briefly add 3 other keywords: innovative, forward thinking, and ability to have creative solutions.
Ooh.
Chair McKay, to answer your question, I think I find more the value of having the California Community College experience. The system doesn't necessarily have to be just in the classroom. And also, though, if there's a way we can I'd like to have somebody to respond to the other qualities that others have identified, somebody that has experience working with diverse community groups in some way, shape, or form, extracurricular to their professional career, maybe.
Would we consider it a plus if they were bilingual?
Yes.
Well, that's a requirement Okay, I want to make sure, always gonna be honest with you. I have a formal copy of the job description that's part of your guidelines. It does not require bilingualism. That could be seen as discrimination.
Okay.
So you can say, look for that if at all possible to me, but I can't put that in a profile.
Okay, fair enough. Really good
you could-
communicator in many ways to a diverse population.
Good. Now, you could require a driving license because they have to drive. But you don't necessarily require some other things. On the issue of California experience, we can put that down as part of the preferred,
Yeah.
okay? Because we don't want to geographically discriminate. And there are people who used to be in California who are in other parts of the country who may want to come back. Is that
Yeah.
all right with everybody?
Everyone good?
Okay.
Yes.
Give me more. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
I still have what, 5 minutes?
Narcissa, I've got one more. It's
Mhm.
important that this person be a systems thinker. They've got to have experience with complex systems.
Oh,
'Cause that is
yes,
what we are.
yes. Yes, high level experience, absolutely.
And I would just add to those systems, because a lot of our students come from the K-12 system, an awareness and fluency with that system, but then also post-community college, higher ed and career. So a connection to those systems as well, and an awareness and, proficiency with those systems.
Yeah, and strong partnership with universities, correct?
Correct.
And then if
All
I may add, an individual who also has knowledge of student support services, particularly as we're moving forward with mental health and during these times, that
Yep.
they have that understanding or that knowledge at least of that area.
Absolutely.
As someone who's a flexible thinker,
Flexible thinker. Okay, let me throw something out and get feedback from you. Experience working with a board of trustees.
yes, but also someone who's a president of a college in a multi-college district has sat through a lot of board of trustee meetings, but not necessarily. I wouldn't want to knock that kind of candidate out simply because they hadn't worked with the board.
Okay, so we can put it under prefer, but not require. What do you
Right.
think? Okay,
Maybe for preferred, someone with like conflict resolution training. kind
oh,
of.
yeah, yes.
We don't want to scare them away.
Yeah, I
Trust-
think,
You guys aren't that bad at all. You're pretty good, all right?
I think we had something I know that trustee Chancellor and I had talked about when it was, maybe someone who's excited in the middle of their career, looking to, to lead. I know we have to be very careful about naming any kind of age or anything like or that, but just
We can speak about energy, commitment, those kind of ways of describing that.
because it is a big county and it is a very diverse county. It's diverse geographically, economically. And so I think that someone has to be high energy to reach all corners of our county.
Okay. Okay, large. All right. Well, this is a great beginning. I am sure I'm going to get a lot of feedback from all the faculty, all the constituency groups.
And you're going to be calling each trustee, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I will have conversation. All of you will have my cell phone, my email, so you can communicate with me at any time. My guideline is I speak to you as an individual. I do not share or give or indicate who said what. Everything gets put into the same bucket and examine and explore my goal is to put together a profile that is going to attract the very, very best candidates. Period.
And one other point of that we spoke about, Narcissa, that I'd like to get consensus is that we would prefer a smaller pool, like of extremely qualified and diverse candidates of 12 than just a great big pool of 35, just so we have quantity. We prefer quality over quantity.
Excellent.
Everyone, if the consensus there?
Yes.
Okay.
Diane, are we going to discuss this or no? It's a recommended on the agenda, the search committee members for draft.
Okay, I don't hear you, please.
Yeah, we were going to discuss the search committee. We had talked about paring it down. And yes, we do need to discuss that. And so
Right.
do you have enough for the profile for now?
I have enough. If I can give you my opinion on the committee, whatever you give me, I will work with. But because of the timeline, a smaller group helps in scheduling. Secondly, you need to decide whether everybody has to attend every meeting to stay in the committee. And with COVID, we have to be aware of the fact that somebody may get sick and may have to miss a meeting. So let's accommodate the possibilities that will make it difficult for individual members to make every meeting.
I had thought like maybe like with a jury system that there's 3 alternates in addition to the committee that go to all of the meetings, but they only participate if someone has to drop out. Is that okay?
That's a reasonable solution if the alternates represent specific constituency. But part of the difficulty that you're going to have is that the committee is made up of constituency representatives. So I think having 1 or 2 or 3 alternate is good, but I also want you to be able to say, Narcissa will reach out and make sure everybody is informed if they miss a meeting, and help me try to keep the group together as much as possible.
Okay.
In the very beginning. So I commit to do that if at all possible, just to make sure everybody participates in the experience together.
In the meetings leading up to this, as you know, I've met with the academic senate, the classified senates, all 4, and the academic senate presidents, Chair Chancellor and I met with, and they all understood that it needed to be a smaller group. One of the first things I think it's important for us to discuss and have consensus on is it has been past practice that each trustee has a community member. And sometimes those community members are the hardest to wrangle into our schedules. And so do we want to keep with that practice, or in having a smaller, tighter group, do we not want to have those extra 5 people?
My input. I think for our chancellor that's going to come in, especially since we're wanting somebody who works with our community, this will be helpful because whoever is hired, the communities, the 3 communities, had an opportunity to be part of the search process. And so therefore, you can come back to us or to the chancellor, like you were part of the process and this is who you were. So I think having them be part of the search committee process will allow our new hire chancellor to start working with them because they were part of this process. They looked at the review, they gave input, and this is their chancellor. And I think it opens it up for the chancellor to come in and really do the work that needs to be done, as opposed to not having our 3 communities be part of this process, because community college is so much bigger than the precedents that are at our other higher education institutions, that it's so community-based that I feel like it's important to have all 3 communities or members from our communities represented.
Well, this was each trustee, there's 5 areas. And so
it's 5 people.
each trustee had, and that's it. If we could narrow it down to 3 that all of us could agree on, I think that would be, something better, that having community involvement, but not necessarily 5, and narrow it down to 3
I see what you're saying.
might be a better practice. And that might take a little more time for us to come to consensus, especially since we're missing trustee Chancellor. But it has been my experience in the last two searches that it is the community members that have had to drop out because they missed a meeting and then therefore couldn't, they were the least able to catch up with a conversation with the search firm. So that's just,
I'm sorry.
so that's just I'm putting my experience out there for thought.
We can. Okay, I know trustee Mantle was going to say something, so I can wait.
Speaking, I was trying to think of another way to skin the cat, because I'm also thinking of other groups that it might be advisable to be represented, which could be, say, a K-12 superintendent,
Mhm.
or someone who's in county government, like in the mental health area, or someone in a nonprofit like the Community Foundation. So perhaps what we could do is allow each trustee to identify a member, a person, a single person, and look for somebody from areas like that, or just an influential community member.
I like that.
That way we don't have to keep expanding the list. But we at least, each one of us trustees will be able to look for somebody in those areas. And if we find that they're all coming, say, just from K-12, then we'll have to discuss that.
I like that very much.
Okay, so just to clarify, we'll all, each trustee, the six of us, or the five area trustees will come up with some names representing nonprofit, K-12, other higher ed institutions, mental health, perhaps the county itself, and I think business, who are workers that.
But not multiple people
No,
from each trustee. Each trustee has to, that's their task. The challenge is to settle upon an individual
correct.
that they would think would add value and perspective to the committee. And that way we would cap it at a total of, say, 13. Lucky number.
So I've been thinking along the similar lines, but one of the potential drawbacks is we'd be reaching out to busy people. And I don't want that to run up against keeping things moving forward. So did we talk about or decide upon, do they have to attend every meeting?
Yes.
They do have to attend every meeting, okay. And then it's probably not the optimum, but maybe by having these meetings via Zoom makes it easier for people to participate. Do we want to discuss that?
I believe it will have to be via Zoom based on the guidance from the governor
Okay,
at this
good. Well, that's
point
helpful.
and our time frame.
Yeah.
And I do think that will make it much easier than, again, we have this great big county, and when we
Right.
were trying to cover all of it, they
Mhm.
all had to drive to a central location.
Chair, forgive me.
It's
It's
okay.
one of those things I forgot to mention along the lines of trustee Perez's comment, that we need to make sure that we get this person's commitment before we submit their name.
Of course.
And as part of asking for that commitment, we ensure that that commitment includes their ability and availability at each one of our meetings because of the importance of this task.
Which calls into question, when would we have a timeline to give to them to say, can you meet these meetings? It's challenging. What comes first?
And again, that was the hope of that in trying to get through this, Narcisse is going to work with Patty Blair in communications and the colleges to get some, so we get that input that we
Okay.
promised we would get, and hopefully trustees will attend in those listening
Right.
sessions. And then as soon as we get that timeline, she's going to back us into how we when those search committee meetings, when they have to have their paper screening done, when they have to have their, select their verbal interviews, and when they need to be done in order to get their final candidates to us.
Okay.
If I may add something,
Please.
we probably will have to finalize the profile before the total committee is put together. Because if we
Right.
have to wait for the committee. We're talking about the middle of February. So I want to make sure the board understands
Understood.
that the profile will come to the board for approval at your, hopefully your next meeting, that it's ready, okay?
Okay, and I guess I can email everyone Narcissa's cell phone number so you can put it in your phone so you know when she's calling you, you know who it's not just like, who is this? I'm not answering it. Not that I ever do that, but
Yeah, it's the 202 area code. Remember, it's not the president of the US who's calling you, it's me. 202, okay?
And so any other comments on this list? You know, paring it down from one college president, paring it down to one academic senate president. I will say that that was part of the discussion with the academic senate presidents, and they understand, and the classified senates also understand that this is it's a paring down so that we can meet our timeline. And it was also with the commitment that we've talked about in policy committee that as soon as we're done with this search, then we're going to kind of what was good, what wasn't, so that then the AP can go through the process. So hopefully years from now, when we ever have to do this again, it has been memorialized right after we went through it.
Right, and real quick, the intent is for those president positions, the college president, academic, classified, is that they would be from the different colleges. So we'd have each college represented. So,
Right. So if it was Moore Park's president, if it was Julius, it would be an academic senate president from either Ventura or Oxnard and a classified from someplace else. Okay. Yeah.
And how would that go down for the student member?
The student member, that's going to be, you're the student trustee. You work that out. No, I'm kidding.
Well, that's possible.
I
At
mean, a
Pasadena
bit-
City College, they do that, and then Paraletta, I don't know how to pronounce there's different community college districts that do have the student trustee.
Yeah, if it's too much for you, then you may want to work with an ASG president or someone, in
If
ASG.
we have an alternate, I think that would be fine, but.
Yeah, I think of all the, given the COVID situation, we have to be realistic that people could get sick, but they're also going to be by Zoom. So if they're quarantined and they're not just terribly ill, they can still participate and listen. So in some cases, this is going to be a lot easier than it's been in the past because it is via Zoom and that's acceptable. Trustee Torres, any further thoughts on the list? Do you feel like there's any? Trustee Perez?
Just clarifying. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say this is good, and I like the input that we'll have one community member for each one of our areas. It's a really good list. So thank you.
Clarifying question. You've got one representative, as you mentioned, from the college presidents, academic senates, et cetera. But you have a vice chancellor and a DAC director. So am I seeing two from the district then? And was there any discussion on that?
the vice chancellor, that's an administrator level, and the directors are administrator, but they're also part of the classified staff as well. So, but you're right, there are two from.
Yeah, that is probably a duplicate.
So, because you've also then got classified represented, and you also have classified represented in SEIU, so.
So probably what we should do is just not designate whether it's a vice chancellor or a director, just a DAC representative. Yeah.
Vice chancellor or DAC or DAC?
Vice
or-
chancellor, but DAC representative, vice chancellor or director.
Okay,
And I mean, unless, I mean, does anyone see it differently? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if no one sees that as an issue, I don't either. It was just a clarifying question. That's all.
For me, if we're gonna load something, the DAC works with the chancellor, I think, more than not more than the chancellor's around them more. So maybe that's how we got there. But
to keep a vice chancellor. I think that's really important to make sure in search committee, because they're in the district office and helping alongside the chancellor with one area, and then also the DAC director. Is that like a Patty position? I mean, I'm not saying it's Patty, but so I think that's also important because we have different directors, and so I think to get their perspectives.
Well, how about if the DA, how about if the director could be, maybe it might be someone from the Camarillo Airport Extension, maybe it might be someone from the East Campus. That it is maybe that could be, something, do we want representation from that, from one of those, non on college campus, but they're, they play important roles in our curriculum.
I just suspect that the more that we think about this, the
Yeah, we'll
more
just keep
confused
adding.
we're going to make the
Okay.
issue.
All right, we'll just leave it
Yeah.
the way it is. We're at 13. Is everyone good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Fantastic. If you're finished with that, I want to make 2 minor points.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I do need a meeting with all of you to discuss salary, compensation, et cetera, as soon as that's feasible, because I want to make sure you have a range within your own, as a group, to make a decision on the range, so that when I'm recruiting, I'm very clear of bringing in people that you can afford.
Can we do that on the January 18th or no? The
Oh, that
22nd, sorry. We put it in on the January 22nd.
We could
It's
do
our-
it second, or we could do it in February, whatever works for you
No,
guys.
we already have a meeting on the 22nd and we put in some time there for it. It's our planning meeting. We'll have seen the governor's budget by then.
That's-
Dr. El-Fattal will have given us some budget scenarios. It'll be a good time.
That's Saturday, the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a bad day for you?
Well, I'm doing a full day retreat, but we'll work it out because we have 3 hours differences, so I'm not worried about
Okay.
it.
We'll give you a time certain and stick to it.
And stick to it. The second thing is, and this is important, the process is not confidential. The confidentiality has to do with candidates. So I
Right.
always separate those things to make sure everybody understands when we're meeting, how long we're meeting, all those things the world can know. But exactly who's being considered is confidential. And that's one thing that you need to make sure that whoever you recommend to serve on the search committee understands that it is a personnel matter.
Right. And
But
if
just
there is
like-
someone that you would like, someone you have met, someone that you particularly would like Narcissa to reach out to, please give it directly to Narcissa without involving anybody else to prejudice them by hearing that it was somebody you want in the pool.
Right. So if anybody approaches you, if anybody emails you, calls you, just don't have conversation. Just say, here's Narcissa's number. She's our consultant. You can reach out to her directly. So get yourself out of the middle, because whenever a candidate talks to a trustee, very often they talk to other people and they will say, oh, I spoke to the chair and she encouraged me to apply, when that wasn't the case. So get yourself out of the middle to protect your own reputation. Okay?
Okay. Any questions for Narcissa? Is your mic on?
If there's a candidate, we refer them to Narcissa. So as a board, are we able to let them know we're in the search? So like there's all these conferences that are taking place. Are we able to tell someone, if you're interested, we're looking for a chancellor. This is Narcissa. If you're interested, we can do that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to
And
make
believe
sure.
me, it's out there already.
So
It's out-
okay.
I'm already getting calls. So
Okay. Thank you so very much for your time. Really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to it.
it's going to be fun. Let's put it this way. This should be a positive experience for everybody. One thing that attracts candidates is a board that works well together. So the fact that you did this retreat today is a positive thing. You're moving in the right direction, and that will make it easier to recruit the very best candidates. So just keep that in mind, that great boards attract great candidates. So
Thank you.
hi.
Okay, thank you so much. And last are the public comments. There was one verbal comment. I don't know if Esmeralda Camarena has hung with us all this time to give her verbal comment. I will read the two. My glasses. I got it. I'll read the two written comments. Thank you for the vaccine mandate. I would also encourage the board to consider a booster mandate. When you are issuing these mandates, you are protecting the students and staff and confirming our educational institutions' support of the scientific method. Thank you. You are saving lives. Next, Marisol Hernandez. Hello. I urge you to commit to the safety of VCCCD employees and students. Allow both employees and students peace of mind to work and achieve our goals by making decisions in a timely manner. Continuously making last-minute changes to our schedules adds to the already stressful life that COVID has put upon us. Commit to social distancing the remainder of the spring semester by allowing all employees to work remotely a minimum of 3 days a week. Making decisions on the whim cause confusion for our students and anxiety to staff. In addition, paid COVID sick leave time should be granted to all employees asked to quarantine and not be at work in person. And that concludes our public comments unless Esmeralda Camarena has come to speak to us live. I'm sure she'll hopefully come to our next meeting so we can hear from her then. Is there anything else? Any other comments? Today was a great day. Appreciate. Oh yeah, reminder that January 18th will be remote on Zoom. So I'll miss seeing you guys all again. It's been, I was really looking forward to today because I, just never know how long it's going to be before we see each other in person again. So it was good to see you all today. Thank you for all being present, doing this hard work because it is hard. And I appreciate staff for being here with us too. And thank you very much. And with that, we're adjourned.